Oh, good day everyone. I was muted because I was doing testing before. Yeah, so yes, I was able to top up. And how do I get a Chinese account? I more or less show my identity to the CCP. More or less. Make sure everything is good. What was the holdup? Oh, I more or less had to create an entirely new account. That's what it was. I was on the test stream for a few minutes. Yeah, you guys can reach those fast. I was trying to dodge all of you when I was doing my test streams. This is true. Like, I had so many issues with the stream when I first started. I just wanted to get ahead of it this time. Just make sure everything is good. I think everything is fine for once. There's no issues. Because I made sure to check everything, and I updated all my drivers and all that, so there shouldn't be any issues. Hopefully. Hopefully. RO looks hot. Of course. Looks fantastic. And thank you, Nixon. I appreciate that. I do try my best. Alright. Since I actually got I can reach pity now. So we can look and see if I actually do it. So let's just go ahead and see if I win the 50-50. And then we'll do the story. Nope, we didn't reach it. Okay, usually it happens here. Alright, it happened. No. That's nice. Let's go! I swear, the 50-50 flip is so stressful. It's really stressful. I hate 50-50s, I swear to God. Yes, got her and Yuki now. I'll probably try to grab Ulrid. But we'll see. The same VA as Girls from Line 1? I haven't heard of voicing Girls from Line 1 before, actually, so I don't know. Let me get some water. Yeah, how long this is. It'll probably take 4 hours to get through this. Yeah, let me grab some water. Okay. Give me a second. I had to wait for text to pop up in order to get it to show up. I'll get rid of some of that. We can. It looks a little messy right now. Give me a moment. It's showing extra text that we don't need to see. Let me see. I want to not show the original text and just a translation. Okay, that should do it. All right, let me pull up the thing now. There's so much garbage. Ghost on 2 speed run, impossible. No, you can do Ghost on 2 speed run easily. I would do it if I was still a speedrunner. There we go. Just make sure. Okay, after this portion, it should turn to normal. Alright, 1 week after taking office, an interim chief of Audimar's Pigat in the hotel suite. I guess that's fine. Do that portion. Despite the lingering gloom and the 30 promises of odor, Lena and her delegation still welcomed their scheduled departure to Lviv. Ah, hold on. There we go. Early in the morning, a few people started preparing for a new itinerary. Lena was organizing documents at her desk, while Lena was bouncing around and packing her suitcase by the sofa. No voices. I can finally I can leave the stuffy hotel. I can't wait to go to Lviv. I've really missed Commander. Not just you. Can't Kalina wait anymore? Call me the large test? Would you lower it down then? That's fine. Usually it is that big, I want to say. For most people, like that's what they prefer. But yeah, I'd make it smaller. 20 feet. Alright, I heard you guys loud and clear. It's smaller now. I can make it even smaller if you guys want me to. So Kalina can't wait anymore either. Kalina, who was packing up the documents, interrupted Leva's joke with a red face. I rushed to Levette to meet with the commander in order to receive Helena as soon as possible. And Leva, your mind also needs to be thoroughly inspected by Persica in a timely manner. I need to get rid of this extra text. Probably this. That's how I should do it. Yes, yes, yes. Arclina, all actions are for official business, so she won't quietly stare at the map at night and be stunned. Yeah, I didn't see Sister Kalina repeatedly checking the commander's recent course of action either. Damn you both. Lena couldn't help but walk towards Leva and Lena, wanting to lightly tap their heads. Lena took Leva and Kalina's arms and squeezed them together with a smile. How do I get rid of all this text? Hold on. Maybe... No, I think that's right, actually. Yeah, that is right. It's a good look. Let's try that. Now it's not showing up. That's weird. However, the joyful atmosphere did not last long, and a sudden communication broke the three of them playing around. Director? Listening to Kruger's serious voice in the communication, Kalina gestures to Leva and Lena, who are packing the luggage, and walks to the fridge window alone. No, I think I'll do this instead. That way I will only see it on my side. Anyway, just a little bit. Leva, would you like to go buy some local souvenirs from Audemars Piguet later? There is some space left in the box. We can bring some for the commander. Lena, squatting by the box, waved happily to Leva. However, Leva glanced at Kalina's direction and gently raised her fingers to her lips. Shush. Yeah, Kruger's still around. You guys don't see anything here. Okay, I see what it is. Yeah, I think I actually can't not show this, otherwise there'd be some missing text sometimes. Lena understood and quickly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. Shall we go? Shall we also ask Sister Kalina? It's hard to say that. Sister Jinglin. Never seen that name before. Not sure who that accounts for. Sister Jinglin also has something she wants to buy. Lena looked at Leva expectantly. Leva just stared in Kalina's direction and shook her head gently. After a period of time, the long communication finally came to an end. I understand, so I will arrange the follow-up matters as soon as possible. She frowned and... Damn it, it happened again. Oh, now it's just like... Let me refresh. No. There we go. That's what it was. Boom. Alright, now we're good. She frowned and hung up the communication with Kruger, and Kalina let out a silent sigh. Lena surrounded her with concern and rested on Kalina's shoulder. Sister Kalina, how are you doing? Can we start now? Kruger didn't secretly arrange a new mission while we were here in Leved, did he? Lena helplessly rubbed Lena's hair and turned to look at Leva. Sorry, Leva. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you on the task preparing the mental module. Hey, what do you mean? Isn't Sister Kalina coming with us? As if she had already anticipated this outcome, Leva shrugged easily. Our dear Kalina, must we continue to deal with the tale left by that old fox as instructed by director? Luna gave a bitter smile. The investigation into Sanofi and Fabin is one aspect. On the surface, Zimmerman has just taken over as interim chief, and the government of the ODE-30 has issued several new regulations today. In order to cope with the upcoming handover, the director hopes that I will continue to be present as the representative of the Non-Military Forces Management Bureau. Sorry, Leva. We were originally expected to depart together after the official business today, but based on the current situation, we're afraid we will only be able to spend the next half a month at ODE-30. What's there to be sorry about? Isn't it just waiting for another half a month? Lena and I just need to stay on standby. No, regarding the meeting, I will contact the commander again, but I don't want to delay the mental health check any longer. Leva, I hope you leave as soon as possible. I will contact Persica. I also support Sister Leva to go to the maintenance first. Anyway, ODE-30 has now returned to stability. To protect Sister Kalina, having me alone is enough. Lena approached with a cheerful expression, but Leva only gently rubbed Lena's hand and restrained her smile. I'm sorry, although it's a bit disappointing, I plan to stay. Hey, Sister Leva? Lena, you should understand, right, how remarkable your performance was in the defense battle at the bridge? Even if the situation recovers, as a representative of NAMFA, your attention will only increase, and you should not take it lightly no matter what. Moreover, there are those two mysterious third-generation dolls. If they intend to launch a surprise attack, I don't think Lena alone can stop them. Since Kalina can't answer, let's make a decision. Let's wait until the handover is completed before we go together, so no one misses the appointment. But looking at the two people with worried faces in front of her, Leva burst out laughing. Okay, why are both of them like this? Don't worry, I am very clear about my mental state. The previous damage did not affect the operation, and delaying for half a month is not a problem. Moreover, I will also do daily maintenance on time. Let's go maintain the cabin now, Sister Leva. There's nothing to do now, as long as I'm with Sister Kalina. Lena grabs Leva's arm. Leva helplessly pulled out her hand and patted the other person's shoulder. Okay, I'll go after I finish dealing with what's on my hands. After handling the affairs, Leva returned to her room to debug and maintain the cabin, preparing for daily maintenance. However, the rustling sound behind her made Leva reluctantly stop moving. Can you come out? Upon hearing Leva's words, Lena peeked out from behind the door and awkwardly moved towards Leva. Hey, so... did you notice me? Sneak around, did you? What did you have to say? I just wanted to... After muttering a few words with a stiff expression, Lena made an effort to clench her fist as if she had finally gathered the courage to lift her head. I came to apologize to you. I shouldn't have kept your amnesia from you due to my own selfishness. I knew how important 40 was to you, but I will never do it again in the future. After speaking as if worried about Leva's punishment, Lena lowered her head deeply again. However, Leva just raised her hand and gently touched Leva's head. I got it. Since Lena already knows her mistake, I'll forgive you this time. Really? Really? What did she do? So last event, actually 2 events ago, Leva lost her memories of UMP 40. The event after that, Lena never told Leva, and she felt guilty about that. Leva found out at the end because Lena spilled the beans, because she was never worried about her her lost knowledge. She just kept going because she genuinely forgot about 40. But then once she remembered 40, she was actually irresistibly pissed, but she didn't take it out on Lena during the time. For some reason, despite receiving Leva's forgiveness, Lena appeared unhappy and her eyes flickered. As if feeling Lena's unease, although Leva didn't understand why, she gently pinched Lena's cheek. So conflicted. Isn't that like the Lena I know? Or is it that Lena is hiding something else from me? No, absolutely not. I know, Lena wouldn't be so bold to do bad things, but since there's nothing to worry about, I'll go into maintenance cabin. Leva smiled and let go of her hand, turning towards the maintenance cabin. However, Lena caught Leva. Leva, wait! Without any preparation, Lena fiercely threw herself into Leva's arms. Can you not leave for now? I'm really, really happy to be with you these days. Lena, what's going on? I didn't promise Lena that we'd be split up next. No, it's not the same thing anymore. I mean, when my mind is fixed, will remember. I know in your heart that person is very important. But I still couldn't help but secretly think how great it would be if these days could last. Lena's voice grew lower and lower, and Leva couldn't see Lena's expression, but she could feel her inexplicable unease. Leva gently patted Lena's back. I've been here all along, Lena. Don't overthink it, okay? I'm just worried about you. Lena's fluffy head rubbed against Leva's arms. After a moment, Lena lifted her head and tried to smile at Leva. Sorry, Leva, I shouldn't have thought so much. Now, your missile stability is the most important thing. Yeah, she's fluffy. I caught that too. So, Leva, it's better to quickly enter the maintenance cabin and take good care of it. Before Leva could respond, Lena had already pushed her into the maintenance cabin. After connecting to the interface for Leva, Lena quickly left the room. Watching Lena leave, Leva gently shook her head. Lena's like this, Let's have a good chat with her after the maintenance is over. Now. Closing her eyes, Leva access at level 2. In the blue level 2, Leva floats gently as usual. System maintenance has been enabled. Data scanning is in progress. Data, scan. Data scanning failed. System error alert. System error alert. Leva restarted the maintenance code. However, the piercing sound in her mind blocked the operation of the code. System error, terminated operation. System error, terminated operation. Windows 98. Once again, Leva tried to restart, but the strong interference in her mind made her body even heavier, so heavy that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. Under heavy pressure, Leva gradually closed her eyes. However, in the darkness, a strange voice seemed to approach her. Leva! Is someone calling me? Leva, wake up quickly! You can't sleep here! Hey! Amidst the intense swaying, Leva struggled to open her eyes and saw a blurry figure appear before her. This should be level 3, but it says level 2. Oh, she's blurry. Still looks good though. Great, he finally woke up. Hurry up, come with me. The blurry figure anxiously reached out its hand, trying to hold Leva. However, Leva cautiously stepped back. Who are you? Why did you appear in my mental space? The piercing prompt interrupted Leva's thinking again. Insufficient system memory, calculation failed. Insufficient system memory, calculation failed. Leva, don't be stunned anymore. Come with me quickly, otherwise it's too late. The blurry figure grabbed Leva and pulled her forward. This way. Unable to shake off the strength in her hand, Leva had no choice but to run along this other person. After running for a while, the blurry figure stopped in front of a small house. Wait, what is this small house? Why do non-existent things appear in my mind? What have you done? Well, what's going on? I still can't think. Don't think too much about it yet. Come in, quickly. Ignoring Leva's hesitation, the blurry figure led Leva into the cabin. Okay, now it's safe. It's a place for you to rest. Interrupting Leva's question, the blurry figure snapped his fingers lightly. Pop. The door of the cottage suddenly closed. Wait a minute. It's too late. Now, Leva, let's relax and have a good sleep. I guarantee that everything will return to its original state when you wake up. As the blurry voice faded away, the ground formed by data beneath Leva's feet collapsed with a loud bang. Damn it, my body, I can't control it. During the fall, Leva struggled hard. However, the dark blue data was like an abyss, pulling Leva down into the unknown depths. Soon, Leva's figure disappeared, and the collapsed data ground regained its shape. That's no problem now. The blurry figure seemed to reveal a faint smile. She turned around and looked around. In the air, more and more data fragments are being generated, and more cracks are appearing on the ground. Has it all become like this? It's really shabby. However, this is also just right. Now is the best opportunity. Let's make a big fuss like this. Strange. It's already been half an hour beyond the regular maintenance time. Why hasn't Leva woken up yet? Leva! Leva! Outside the maintenance cabin, Lena gently tapped the hatch. However, whether it was tapping the hatch or debugging the maintenance cabin, the sleeping Leva had no response. After several failed attempts to awaken, Lena finally gave up and turned around to run towards the suite where Kalina was located. Sister Kalina, come quickly! Leva seems to have a problem. In Leibniz laboratory, it was so quiet that only the faint hum of the maintenance cabin could be heard. After being sent to Leibniz laboratory, Leibniz conducted a quick examination of Leva, but the emergency response still did not take effect. Leibniz quickly contacted Persica. At this moment, Leva, who was undergoing remote data testing in the maintenance cabin, closed her eyes without any response, while outside the maintenance cabin, 3 people nervously looked around at the long silent communication screen. Finally, after an agonizing long silence, Persica stopped typing and stretched lazily. I understand now. Persica, what exactly is the situation? Yeah, is Sister Leva is in danger. Hey, don't argue about speaking anymore. You can't hear Sister Persica's voice anymore. Don't worry, listen to me. Persica retrieved the data of Leva's mind. On the screen, a large red warning was shocking. Do you see these red storage bars filled with garbage caused by redundant data? This is the current state of Leva's mind. It was this garbage that filled Leva's memory, causing all running commands to fail to respond. That led to Leva going into sleep and not waking up. Hey, why is that? In theory, all redundant data will be cleaned up during daily maintenance. That's right. It should have been cleared up, or cleaned up. But these redundant data happen to be somewhat unique. Do you all know that Leva still has 40 in her mind? 40 is Leva's personality simulated in the lower layers of her mind based on her memory of 40 after losing 40 in Operation Butterfly. Simulating a new personality because she cannot accept loss is not something that Leva would do. But in any case, Leva still retained his personality. This extra personality will occupy Leva's mental memory. In order for both of them to function properly, I set 40 as the second computational core in Leva's mind and added dedicated data cleaning code to regularly clean up the redundant data generated by 40. Ah, I see. Originally, Leva would regularly clean up data, but after being attacked by this strange doll, her mind was damaged and she forgot 40, and the fact that 40 would generate redundant data was completely forgotten. Now Leva's mind is filled with redundant data, which is why she can't wake up like she is now. Oh, the reasoning is correct. Lena is quite smart. Indeed, the last time Leva called to clean up the code was the day before her mental impairment, which is consistent with my current speculation. Once the matter is clarified, it will be easily resolved. I am calling the code to clean out the data again, and Leva should be able to recover soon. As Persica spoke, she quickly tapped the button and the cleaning program on the electronic screen started running. Looking at the progress bar moving forward bit by bit, everyone fell silent again, but Leibniz carefully raised her hand. Well, Miss Persica, I have a question that I wanted to ask from you just now. What is it? Operation Butterfly. What's that? And why is Leva and 40 involved in Operation Butterfly? The Butterfly incident, or Operation Butterfly. I haven't mentioned these words for a long time. Are you interested in this? I vaguely heard that the operation was related to Mr. Lycoris, but nothing can be found in his file. 10 years has passed and these messages are still so tightly suppressed. Persica's face showed a hint of disgust. In short, it was a conspiracy plan to steal Lycoris' inheritance. Someone sent a team to infiltrate the Sanguis Ferry factory under the pretext of investigation, and then sent another team to release the the Paraplui virus, preparing to rewrite the dolls participating in the battle. Is the legacy of Mr. Lycoris referred to the Ogus system? More strictly speaking, it is the control of the Ogus system, which is Elisa, the AI created by Lycoris with all of his life's effort. They originally intended to control Lycoris and Elisa, but Lycoris' death caused Elisa to lose control. Coupled with the Paraplui virus, all the reinforcements were rewritten as SF combat units, and the troops involved in the operation suffered heavy losses. Leva was one of the survivors at that time. Speaking of Leva, Persica glanced at Lena. However, Lena lowered her head absent-mindedly and only looked at Leva with a worried expression. Instead, Linesbiz looked surprised. Ma'am, is the Paraplui virus that powerful? Except for Leva, who refuses to change her body, there are no other dolls using the Ogus system right now. right? Being able to violently rewrite the host system into Ogus was also considered a cutting-edge technology at that time. But that was 10 years ago. Now... Glancing at the screen, Priska began typing quickly again. Not long after, she frowned. It's just a small problem. How did it become so troublesome? Priska, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Leva's condition? It's not a big problem, it's just that due to the previous mental attack, Leva's own data and the redundant data generated by 40 were mixed together, and now they can't be awakened. Using code cleaning may cause secondary damage to both parties' data, so I had to manually clean it up. But this method of cleaning is too inefficient. The most ideal and effective solution is actually to reset Leva's Ogus system. If 40's data is cleared, Leva's long-standing mental problems will be completely solved. Hey, I can't let you do that. Lena, who was just lost in thought, suddenly rushed to the screen and waved her hand in panic. Leva would never agree to make 40 disappear like that. Previously, it was painful for Leva to forget about 40, and I don't want to see her sad again. It's true. It's true to be Lena. Okay, we'll go with that. It's true to be Lena. You're right. Over the years, Leva has been unwilling to change her body in order to preserve the mental records related to 40, so she won't agree with the plan just now. So I'm just saying that casually. I really want to quickly solve Leva's mental breakdown. What I need most now is you, Lena. Me? I can help Leva? Yes. You enter Leva's mental space and manually clean up redundant data. This is the fastest and most accurate way. Really? So what else do I need to do to prepare? I'm leaving now. Priska, can I leave now? Let me finish setting up first. Also, besides cleaning the data, you need to figure out another thing. Priska paused for a moment, her expression revealing a rare doubt. According to the existing log calculations, even with a fixed increase in redundant data every day, Leva's mental space still has room for improvement and could have continued to run for a period of time. This is inconsistent with her sudden hibernation state. So there may be other issues in Leva's mind? Maybe. The actual situation can only be known after investigation. I hope it won't be the worst case. The worst case scenario is... reset the Ogus in Leva's mind. No one here wants to see this scene, right? So, Lena's task is not easy. Well, can you handle it, Lena? Priska looked meaningfully at Lena, but Lena didn't know what she was thinking until her name was called out again. Of course. Your reaction speed is like a test machine with insufficient memory. What are you thinking? I'm thinking Leva forgot about 40 and I don't know what happened to those mental records. If the data were to break, it'd be terrible. It's difficult to judge from the outside now. Perhaps it was because perhaps it has become redundant data, perhaps mixed with redundant data. Anyways, these will have to be resolved once you enter your mind. I'll leave it to you. Is that okay? Uh-huh. No problem. For the safety of Leva, I will definitely do my best. So, confirm your task once again. Connect to Leva's mental space, clean up redundant data, and figure out the hidden reasons that cause Leva to sleep. Right. Yes. The access program has been debugged. Are you ready? Gently clenching her fists, Linda smiled at at Persica on the other end of the screen. I'm ready. Let's get started. This time, I'll be sure to protect your memories about 40. Protect the most important thing in your hearts. Alright. Let me catch up. I think I just read Palpatine virus. Yeah, so the paraplu virus is going to be dangerous for basically all dolls that aren't the AR team, more or less. Her backstory is fucking insane. Which one? It's not gonna be jealous of 40. She's envious, not necessarily jealous, but envious. Blue, calm, and rational blue. Okay. A color as calm and beautiful as Leva. In Leva's memory, her mental space should have been like this. But at this moment, all I can see are dilapidated buildings, eerie machinery wandering around like puppets, colorful data fragments floating everywhere, decorating the entire space with colors and strangeness. Leva's mental space. How did it become like this? Leva, where are you? Leva! The owner of the mental space disappeared without a trace, and in a state of anxiety, Lena couldn't help but shout in all directions. Startled by Lena's shout, a group of machines wandering in the distance suddenly turned around. Lena quickly contracted back in the ruins and activated communication with Persica. Hey, what are these weird guys? Persica, can you see it? Well, I've seen it all. These weird guys just need you to clean up redundant data. I never expected these redundant data to be aggregated into this shape. Oh, this is so troublesome now. Well, what about Leva? We can't find her here at all. Is Leva okay? I can't find Leva. It's probably due to the redundant data. Leva currently doesn't have the computing power to respond. Let's clean up some data first. The cleaning permission hasn't debugged for you. Okay, I'll get started. Oh, by the way, when clean the data, you can also look for 40. Do you know what she looks like? Uh-huh. Before Leva used to pull me in and chat with 40 in my mind. If I meet 40, I can recognize her. That's good. According to the data observation, she's nearby. She has always been in this mental space. Perhaps knowing Leva's situation, you can try to seek her help. Communication disconnected. Lena raised her gun behind the ruins and aimed it at the moving machinery. After a period of time, I guess we're skipping that fight. There are so many machines to solve it. I hope Leva can improve a bit, but I haven't seen 40 yet. Where exactly is she? Lena stood anxiously in front of a pile of scrap machinery. At this moment, there was a sound coming from the nearby machinery group, and a small black figure suddenly darted out and rushed towards Lena. Oh, that's... Wow, be careful! Lena quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the oncoming shadow. However, when she looked up carefully at the shadow, Lena was startled. Let me move this so you guys get a clearer look. She doesn't look familiar to me. I'm trying to see if she's an amalgamation of something, but I don't recall it. But why would she be in 45's body, or her mind in this case? That's what her raw August looks like. Well, the yellow eyes does tip it off a little bit, so it could be related to August, because basically anyone who's tapped into August would have yellow eyes. So that's a decent theory. Is that Jeffy? Okay, let's continue. A little girl is tilting her head and smiling at her. Who are you? Say Dimitri. That's a doll-like face. A pair of golden round eyes, shining particularly brightly against the pale skin, even with a hint of horror. Slunatia. Stared at by such pair of eyes, Lena inexplicably felt a chill. She couldn't help but raise her gun and cautiously took a step back. Who exactly are you? Why are you in Lena's mind? Or Leva's mind? But the little girl didn't answer. She just tilted her head. Giggle. I'm assuming she actually is giggling. Later, with the laughter of the little girl, a group of strange machines suddenly rushed towards Lena. Huh? I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. Just kill him. Aren't there only 2 such Oga instances active left? Well, there's all of the quote-unquote children that Dandelion has, that's one thing. So there's actually multiple Oguses still around. But they will all be derivatives of Dandelion. I think it's really just Dandelion and 40. I don't recall anyone else. Besides 16, I guess. But 16 got her Ogus eaten up, so that shouldn't count. Yeah, I'll only over new mechanic. Yeah, I only recall 2 Ogus systems. The only other one that I can think of, and this is like with huge technicality, is Nadia. That's like the only one left. But she's not on the earth right now. Okay. After cleaning up the strange machinery that came rushing towards her, the little girl disappeared without a trace, leaving only the strange machinery cruising in the distance. Nadia's with me. Was it Nadia still? Yes. That's why I said she's not on the earth right now. Hey, she escaped. Lena looked around with some concern. This is too strange. How could there be a little girl in Leva's mind? I've never seen her before. Well, is it also due to redundant data? Or is it the virus left behind by that strange doll? I don't remember there being a virus noted, but that would make sense if she lost data. So, if a virus was implanted into Leva, that would make more sense, like a new virus. Just ask Persica. Persica must know. Lena called Persica, but the previously unobstructed communication channel was unresponsive at this moment. Can't connect? Has the signal also been interrupted? Can it be that it was damaged during the battle just now? Nixon, please. Lena picked up the communication terminal and carefully checked, but it did not find any other faults. I completely don't understand. Forget it. Maybe it's a problem with my redundant data. Let's continue cleaning the machinery first. Linda picked up the gun again. Not long after, the strange machinery wandering nearby was cleared away. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and a strange sound suddenly caught Linda's attention. What was that? Linda searched around for the source of the sound and quickly locked onto a corner of an abandoned mechanical stack. There seems to be something struggling between the broken scrap steel, and the sound is coming from there. Linda looked carefully again, but recognized a familiar figure with long, light gray hair through the gap. Huh? Is that Leva? Linda ran over quickly, pried open the layers of stacked machinery, and worked hard to pull out the doll that was trapped inside. Leva, how are you, Leva? A sudden hug interrupted Lena, and then a light and cheerful thank you sound echoed in Lena's ear. Guess wrong. Lena, thank you so much just now. Ah, she's not blurry anymore. Now she looks really good. Hey, I just noticed they both have the same They both have the same size, you know what I mean? Hey, hey! Linda's expression quickly collapsed. She lightly broke free from the embrace and looked at the doll in front of her, who was 9/10 similar to Leva, and then pursed her lips. It's you, 40. Oh my, don't be so disappointed. Although I'm not your sister, Leva. We are more or less sisters. And I know about Leva's situation that concerns you the most. Are you here for Leva? Is it me, or is 40 more hot than 45? That really depends on you, to be honest. Linda's eyes light up immediately. Uh-huh. Leva suddenly stopped working. Let me help her clean up the data. Forty, you and Sister Leva share the same mental space. You must know where Leva is, right? Can you contact her? Sorry. Due to the redundant data, I am unable to directly contact Leva or locate her coordinates. But if you ask about what happened before, no one knows better than me. Wait, was 40's rack always that big? Yes. It wouldn't look that way because of her standard model in Grossman Line 1. But if you took a look at her damage art, it made it clear as day. Upon hearing this, Lena hurriedly grabbed 40. So, do you know what happened before? This pile of abnormally growing redundant data, Leva's early hibernation, and that inexplicable little girl? Feeling Lena's nervousness, 40 gently patted Lena's palm. Don't worry. I'll talk to you one by one. Since Leva's mental state was damaged, I have been monitoring her mental state. Since then, she hasn't paid much attention to me. At first, I thought she was too busy to handle it. A week ago, I noticed an abnormal increase in redundant data in Leva's mind and alerted her. However, she completely ignored it. At this moment, I realized that she seemed to have forgotten everything about me. About 40. And the alerts I had previously issued were ignored as error messages. I thought it wouldn't matter to wait for a few days. After all, the situation at Odessa is more urgent, and Leva's mind is functioning normally. You and Kalina will definitely take the time to deal with it. If it didn't work out, there's still me. But soon, the situation went beyond control. 40 gently holds her forehead as if regretting what happened before. The redundant data gradually merged into strange and bizarre machines, wandering in Leva's mental space, and also processing aggressiveness, causing increasingly severe interference into Leva's mind. I don't have the authority to clean it up, so I can only try my best to explore the situation in my mental space and find a way to contact you. However, a little girl appeared in my mental space, commanding the machinery to besiege me. The data maintenance ability is limited, and I was quickly surrounded by machines, until you appeared here. Speaking, Forty looked at Lena and revealed a bright smile. So this time, it really is thanks to you, Lena. If it weren't for your help, I don't know when I'll be able to get rid of those iron guys. Huh? Lena was taken aback for a moment, pouting awkwardly. No, you don't need to thank me. I am also doing this for Leva. Coincidentally, Perska said you were nearby and asked me to contact you to inquire about the situation. Then thank Persica. So, is there anything else Lena wants to know about Leva's situation? What's going on with that little girl? She also directed the mechanical attack on me. Do you know anything about that? I have no idea about the origin of this little girl either. But I think the little girl's attack style is very similar to those strange machines. Perhaps she was also generated from redundant data? However, this is just my guess, and it still needs Persica's confirmation for the specifics. Have you contacted Persica? I have, but for some reason, after fighting with that group of machines just now, the communication with Persica was interrupted. Look. Linda showed the empty signal grid on the communication terminal to 40. Can it be that redundant data is Can it be that redundant data is interfering? Is communication also related to redundant data? Well, redundant data occupies the limited computational space in Leva's mind and also squeezes the transmission channel of communication information. When you were first brought in, Persica happened to have cleared some redundant data from the outside, allowing communication information to be transmitted. But the redundant data continues to grow. Now the computing space is fully occupied again. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and clean the data. We need to restore contact with Persica as soon as possible. Linda grabbed 40, but 40 shook her head. No, I don't have the authority to clean up now. You alone can't keep up with the speed of data growth. So, what should we do? We need to clean up the data source first. Data source? Looking at Lena, who was a bit confused, 40 clasped her hands and a simple drawing resembling a map appeared in the air. Pointing to several large jumping red forks in the picture, 40 looks at Lena. QQ, that's it. I discovered it while monitoring Leva's mind. In Leva's mind, there are some abnormally active data modules that are like some kind of source, constantly generating redundant data. As long as they are cleared first, it may be possible to prevent redundant data from continuing to be generated. And I always feel like Leva is right near these sources. Really? Can you feel this too? Linda looked at this hastily drawn symbol with some suspicion. Oh, why do you have a skeptical look in your face? It really hits me. Who makes your map look unreliable? This concerns Leva's mental safety, so of course I need to be more serious. Okay, she's asking what if your map is unreliable. Okay. This concerns Leva's mental safety, so of course I need to be more serious. Now Leva can only rely on us. What if we go to the wrong place and delay the rescue? I won't go to the wrong place. I have stayed in Leva's mind for so long and I know more or less about her data operation. Well, it's like there is telepathy between sisters. What? There should be telepathy between sisters? So, me and Leva... What's wrong? Lena, what are you talking about? No, it's nothing. Yes, telepathy. Of course, Leva and I also have that. Telepathy. Although I haven't sensed it yet. You're really cute. Anyway, since we can't reach Persica now, and there's no other way, Let's follow my suggestion, okay? Leva's situation cannot be delayed. Thinking of Leva's whereabouts, Lena hesitated for a moment. She looked into 40's sincere eyes, clenched the communication terminal in her hand, and finally nodded. Okay. So, tell me the location of the data source. That's pretty good. Yeah. I gotta say, 40 looks really good. She is a great addition to the oh my god, laundry. I swear to kittens are freaking huge. I thought we've already acknowledged this. Then again, I guess it's been a while, huh? The darkness in front of me seems to be fading away. Vague voices can be heard in my ears. 40. Both you and 45 have worked hard this time. I didn't expect such a thing to happen during the operation. Well, thanks to your support, Kalina. Otherwise, 45 and I would probably be buried in the flames. You're welcome. This operation cannot be without you. Anyways, let's rest well first. The sound of doors closing, footsteps. The person named Kalina left, and her ears quieted down again. But who is 40? What is this operation? Her mind seemed to be in chaos. Leva stopped thinking and tried to open her eyes. Here. Before she could finish speaking, a stranger figure had already pounced and tightly embraced Leva. Excellent, you finally woke up, 45. I almost thought you couldn't wake up. 45? Here in this title, her mind seemed even more confused. Eva gently pushed it, and the stranger in front of her let go of the embrace and smiled at Leva. But now that you're awake, I can rest assured. We finally managed to escape the blank incident this time. Next, we need to celebrate well. Leva looked hesitantly at the face that inexplicably resembled hers. What were you talking about just now? What is the event, and who are you? Huh? The familiar yet unfamiliar figure widened her eyes and leaned in again. She reached out to touch Leva's forehead and looked at her seriously. I want to see what kind of relationship 40 would have with the commander. Just oath her, and you'll find out. Is 45 sleeping soundly? Shouldn't it be the damage has clearly been repaired? After a moment, the doll suddenly realized and patted her head. Ah, is this data loss? I'm 40. UMP 40. UMP 40. There seems to be an emotion called sourness in her mind. However, she can't remember anything. Unable to understand, Leva decided to continue questioning. The operation just mentioned, was it an event or something? What happened at that time? The situation at that time was extremely dangerous. We sneaked into the factory together, but were attacked by Sanguis Fairy. I was seriously injured and almost destroyed. I asked you to leave first, but you didn't want to leave at all. You did your best to take me out of the battlefield. Fortunately, we met Griffin's support team. It was the commander who saved us and sent us to Persica for emergency repairs. I'll finish the repair first while you have been sleeping due to mental impairment. Okay. Let me redo that. I was repaired first while you have been sleeping due to mental impairment. Fortunately, you woke up. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would have done. The doll lifted her hand with some heartache and gently touched Leva's left eye. Leva then realized that there seemed to be an extra scar there. Ah, this is the injury you suffered when we were retreating and accidentally hit by a stray bullet to cover me. A stray bullet, huh? Persica said there were not enough suitable parts, so it couldn't be repaired temporarily. Does it hurt a lot? I'm really sorry. Looking at the apologetic expression on her figure, Leva's mind once again produced strange emotional signals before her mind understood. She opened her arms. Yeah, it was a bullet, all right. She tightly hugged 40 in front of her. Oh, 45, it's okay. It's really okay this time. A bullet named N16. Forty gently tapped Leva's shoulder. Feeling the comfort of 40, Leva's abnormal emotional signals in her mind slowly subsided. Releasing the embrace with 40, Leva curiously observes her surroundings. The clear room seemed a bit outdated, but it makes Leva feel inexplicably familiar. She tried to search for similar records in her mind as well as everything 40 had just told her. However, only some seemingly plausible images were found. Seemingly noticing Leva's silence, 40 leaned over again with concern. What are you looking at? Outside the window? The sunshine is very good today, so I especially opened the curtains. Do you think it's glaring? Did not close the curtains. Leva nodded slightly, but immediately grabbed the doll, who was about to turn around and pull the curtains. No need, that's it. I also want to bask in the sun. Is that so? Okay, then I'll listen to you, 45. 45? The repeated use of the title left Leva feeling confused. Why is 40 calling me that? I remember changing my name to Leva. Ah, I knew it was indeed data loss. Leva is a pseudonym used by 45 during the operation. Now that the operation is over, 45 no longer needs to use a pseudonym. Yeah, that's a big mind fuck there. Is that so? That's it. If you're not used to it, I'll call you 45 more times. 45, 45, 45. Are you used to it yet? 45. 45. Look at the sunshine today. It's really nice. I love sunbathing the most. Bathed in the golden sunshine, the figure with long gray hair stretched lazily. For some reason, looking at the figure stretching its body in the sunshine, 45's mood ain't explicitly relaxed. Oh, she actually believes she's 45. Well, of course she's always been 45, but she's getting immersed in the dream at the moment. It seems like a long time ago. Her mood used to be so relaxed. When was that? 10 years ago? Or... Just as 45 was trying to recall the past, 40 suddenly remembered something and happily grabbed her. By the way, to celebrate the successful rescue, Griffin held a celebratory banquet for everyone. Everyone who attended the banquet was given formal dresses, including you, 45. Formal attire? The elusive thoughts were interrupted, and 45 looked up at 40 with some hesitation. 40 extended her finger and lightly scraped 45's nose bridge. It's a very beautiful evening gown. I've already helped 45 try it on and ensure it fits well. Thank you. You're welcome. Also, feel free to ask me anything you want. I've been hesitating since just now, but I can't even bear to watch it. Sorry, I just want to know, where are we now? Huh, it's Griffin. This is our dorm in Griffin. After being rescued, you've been staying here except for the maintenance room. So, what about Nampha? And why is Kalina here? Kalina? Colleen? Are you referring to Kalina? Oh, I forgot. I haven't had a chance to introduce her to you yet. Kalina is Commander's assistant and has been assisting in handling Griffin's various affairs since the rescue operation. She's super reliable. So yeah, this seems to be pulling from all of her memories. So I think when they say commander, they actually mean the main character. Yeah. It should be us. Yeah. However, what is Nampha? I never heard of it. Is it the matching department for the SF factory? No, I made a mistake. 45 shook her head, avoiding the gaze of the doll's exploration. The doll simply rubbed 45's hair and smiled consolingly. Don't worry about 45. Or don't worry, 45. First Good once said that your mind is severely damaged, and some data may not be readable. So you may feel a bit confused when you first wake up. But it's okay. It'll recover on its own after a while. So don't keep your head down for now. Let's go to the celebration banquet with me. Let's go to the celebration banquet first, okay? This is gaslighting. At the banquet, there will be many companions together. Maybe when you see everyone, your mind will turn to normal. Moreover, if you go to try on the dress now, there'll still be a chance to change it if you don't like it. If you're late, there won't be any left. The doll's smile was like a tranquilizer, making 45 involuntarily smile lightly. She stood up and nodded towards the doll. Okay. Upon receiving a response, the doll joyfully held 45's hand. Just as the two were about to step out of the room, the door suddenly opened and another figure ran in. 45, Fricker told me you restarted successfully. Have you recovered now? Oh, 9 has arrived. Without waiting for 45's response, 40 had already embraced 9 shoulder with a cheerful expression. 45 and I are preparing to try on dresses. Let's go with 9 too. Let's carefully select the best dresses for 45 together. The full dress? I'm afraid it's not quite suitable for me. I won't do it. I will definitely pick out the most suitable dress for 45. 45, let's hurry over. I can't wait any longer. Hey, hey. Those things are wrong, indeed, Taishius. Yeah. This is a certified level 3 gaslight. Yeah, so I guess the question now is, 1, what's going on? And the second question is, why is it happening? Following 40 all the way, Lena observed her surroundings and felt increasingly uneasy. 40, do you feel it's strange that Leva's mental space now looks strange? What do you mean? It is? Of course it is. The tables, the chairs, the sunshades that fell over there, the broken balloons, and those dead decorative lights. Anyways, they don't seem like what Leva should have in her mind, do they? That's a bit strange to say. 40 stopped and carefully examined the colorful furnishings in the ruins. Before I was attacked, the mental space seemed to be the same as before. Is it the impact of redundant data? It's not just about the impact. Now it looks like it's been deliberately transformed, like an amusement park. Well, that tattered pointed tent over there is completely a carousel, isn't it? I don't think Leva would ride a Trojan horse in her mind to play. And it's such a strange Trojan horse. Lena reached out her hand and pointed to the pointed building not too far away, and 40 followed suit. Although the spire has been mostly damaged and the wooden horse is in a state of disrepair, it is indeed a carousel. In the dim sky, countless shattered data hover around outside the spires and bases, slowly spinning like a storm. It doesn't really taste like Leva's. Perhaps it was that little girl who transformed her mental space. After all, amusement parks are something that children love. But this wooden horse also looks very strange. Why are there so many machines here? Huh? 40 stared at the spinning storm, then pulled up the data diagram to take a look, and suddenly grabbed Lena's hand in surprise. Lena, come in quickly. That carousel is the first data source we are looking for. Cleaning up this source can prevent the growth of the redundant data in this sector. Fully pulled Lena's briskly towards the wooden horse, but almost at the same moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the distance. A dim light strip lit up around the wooden horse, barely illuminating the surroundings. So Lena and 40 were able to see around the Trojan, the group of strange machines slowly moving. And the little girl who pulled down the Trojan switch, trying to command the machines to play together. Carousel! I love it! Everyone, come play with me! The little girl sat on the wooden horse, waving her arms happily. However, the dilapidated horse did not rotate. and the surrounding machinery could only approach the little girl in vain, squeezing one by one. After waiting stiffly on the wooden horse for a moment, the girl lowered her head in disappointment. The Trojan horse is broken, and nobody is playing with me either. Oh. The Trojan horse is broken, and nobody is playing with me either. Huh? Suddenly, the girl seemed to notice something, and suddenly lifted her head to look around. Do you have any new friends? Wow, she seemed to have noticed us? Before 40 could answer, the little girl had already jumped lightly from the wooden horse and stared at the two distant guests with her big eyes. New friend, play with me. The little girl ran excitedly ran towards the two of them. Behind the girl, countless machines revolving around the wooden horse overflowed towards the two like a flood water that had opened its gates. Indeed, children love amusement parks. Let Lena handle the task of clean up this. Let Lena handle the task of clean up these redundant data. Leave it to me. Who is she? I don't know. It feels like the last time I fought with Lena was such a long time ago. Let's clean up this data source together again. When you had difficulties, just leave them to me. Don't force yourself too much. For a 16 speed run, be like. It didn't take too long, and Lena cleared all the machines surrounding the wooden horse. Seeing the guard machine disappear, the little girl nervously hid behind the wooden horse and punched 40 and Lena hard. Oh, the little girl punched them. Okay. Ah, you drove everyone away. You are bad people. Disgusting. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lena, come on, let's catch her together. Morty nervously greeted Lena. But before Lena could approach, the little girl took a big step back and ran away like a rabbit. Ah, she ran away. She slipped us too fast. Forget it. There will always be a chance to catch her again in the future. The most important thing now is the effect after cleaning the data source. Lena, look! Woody happily patted Lena's shoulder. Lena looked around and widened her eyes in surprise. As the machines disappeared, the dim sky turned into a brilliant blue, and the data fragments floating around slowly melted away like snowflakes. The once dilapidated carousel was rejuvenated, with strings of colorful lights adorning the canopy and pillars, shining brightly around the colorful carousel. Wow, if it's such a carousel, it doesn't matter if Leva wants to play while she's resting. Hmm. It looks like a great Trojan horse. Want to give it a try, Lena? 40 approached the carousel, curiously staring at the control panel, and then quickly pulled down the starter lever. Hey, wait, 40, be careful! Before Linda could finish, the carousel slowly began to spin. A warm and light melody, accompanied by the spinning carousel and flickering lights, flew lightly to Linda's ears. Amidst the melody and lights, a mental record gradually appeared before Lena's eyes. At the edge of the shooting range, a gray-haired doll holding a gun stood dejectedly. Another gray-haired doll walked over and raised her hand to her cheerfully. Oh, hello, new doll. Hello, Commander. Don't be so restrained. Sit down quickly. Also, do I look like a commander? This is the first time someone has said that to me. Gaslighting time? No, I think this is a natural memory because this seems exactly like the memory, at least it's starting out. That was in a deep dive. Are you also a doll? Is it strange? Is my expression too rich? Only have this one advantage left. Anyway, just like you, I am also a newly added doll. Please take care of me. And also, please advise me more. Also, thank you. It's okay. Companions should always encourage each other. Sitting on the bench next to the shooting range, the cheerful doll smiled, comforting the doll who had been dejected due to the shooting training results. From your posture, reaction, and accuracy, you don't look like a doll with advanced fire control software installed. So, don't force yourself to do things you just can't do. Don't pay too much attention to this kind of thing. You must have a role to play here. Sorry, it seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. I'm just like you. Nobody wants me either. Here, take a look at our branded weapons. Although the cloud map was erased, it should have been created by the same unlucky factory. It should be NeuroCloud, but I'm saying cloud map just in case. So, you too. That's right. A bunch of electronic warfare modules were inexplicably installed at the factory, making it difficult to use a gun now. But it's really a coincidence that I ran into you here while I was bored wandering around. I am 40. As a sister named in Destiny, I'll take good care of you. As the melting lights faded away, the scene in front of Lena gradually disappeared. The shooting range, filled with laughter and joy of dolls, became empty. The lights went out, and the carousel slowly stopped. The figures of the dolls disappeared like a dream, leaving only a bullet lying quietly on the ground. Lena couldn't help but lower her body and pick up the bullet. What I just saw was 45? And the real 40? That's right. That happened when they first met. Back then, Leva was completely different from now. I never seen Leva like that before. It's like she's a rookie who doesn't understand anything. It's like I just met her before. No, even more timid than before. Why on earth did Leva become like this? when she met me, Leva was already different. Is it because she was like 40? Leva turned her head in confusion and looked at 40 beside her. As a personality that simulated the real 40 from before, she had almost the same face and expression as 40 in her mental records. Is it because of the encouragement of 40 that Leva gradually changed? Maybe it is. So, is it because of the disappearance of 40 that Leva become what she is now? The doll born from the 40 simulated personality did not answer, but Lena had already learned the answer from the silence of the doll. It is precisely because of that past that she cannot touch that 40 is so important in Leva's heart. Sure enough, no wonder I can't compare to 40. Because when Leva needed her the most, 40 gave her support. Lena involuntarily lowered her head, but a cheerful voice interrupted her depressed thoughts. Oh, don't always think about that record from just now. Lena, your expression now is even uglier than when you were 45 years old. But 40 patted Lena's shoulder cheerfully and pointed to the bullet in Lena's hand. Now, I have some good news about Leva. You want to hear it, Lena? Yeah. Do you remember when Leva forgot about 40 before? But just now, we all saw those records. This indicates that the mental records about Operation Butterfly and 40 have not been lost. Yeah, I guess so. Leva forgot because these records were scattered in redundant data after being damaged. As long as we clean up their data as soon as possible, Leva may be able to retrieve the records soon. Oh, really? I think so. In that case, Leva also. Lena, can you hear me? The sudden call interrupted the conversation between the two. Lena lowered her head and noticed that the long-sign communication terminal was finally flashing a signal. Corsica! Great, the signal has finally been restored. Lena, have you found 40? What is the current situation you're in? Lena briefly synchronized the current situation with Persica. Unexpectedly, there was a strange little girl? That's a bit interesting. By the way, let me test the bullet you found first. If the analysis is complete and we have figured it out, the bullet contains the mental record of Leva's first encounter with 40. Well, then the situation is consistent with my previous speculation. Previously, at Gerard's computer room, the mysterious doll attacked Leva and did not directly destroy the information about the butterfly incident and 40, but only destroyed the head pointer pointing to these pieces of information. So Leva hasn't forgotten 40 because all the forgotten records are still in Leva's messy mind. As long as you continue to clean up the redundant data and repair the damaged vulnerabilities in Leva's mind, these scattered records can be found and reassembled. Lena, look, it's really like this, huh? Lena beside her hugged her head in distress. I saw Leva's past that she didn't want to talk about like this. Can it really be considered peeping into Leva's privacy? What if Leva finds out and gets angry with me? You are the cutest sister. She wouldn't be so petty. Really? Leva has never said anything about 40 before. Can I really continue looking? Lena scratched her head somewhat uncomfortably. It is more important to solve Leva's mental breakdown now. Uh-huh. Although Lena doesn't want to, she still has no choice. If Leva is really angry, I will help you speak up and relax. 40 patted Lena's shoulder with comfort. Thank you, 40. I understand. Although I have always hoped to hear Leva tell me these things in person. Leva's safety is the most important thing now. No matter what, I will try my best to help clean up the data. Lena nodded as if she wanted to strengthen her determination again, and clenched her fist with effort. So, Furska, what should I do next? Continue to search for data sources with 40 is the most efficient way. I have integrated the data sources I have observed into a new map, and am sending it to you now. From now on, please follow the instructions on this map. That's great. This is much more accurate than the guidance I perceived. Truly, Persica. Let's set off now. Don't worry, take this as well. The sound of keyboards crackling echoed the communication channel. When the button sound stopped, a small object fell from the sky and hit Lena's forehead. Ah! What is this? Lena looked curiously at the uniquely shaped object in her hand. That is a small device similar to a transmitter. Not only with exaggerated color, but also with two extremely prominent buttons on the handle. Lena curiously pressed the first button, but nothing seemed to happen. What's wrong? Is it useless? Because the tracking program has not yet taken effect, this button is useless. Take a look at the one next to you. Lena then pressed another button. Then, bang. Accompanied by a bitter aroma, a brown ray emerges from the port of the emitter. Does it smell like coffee? Wow, it smells like coffee. Isn't it perfect to have a cup of coffee at the amusement park? This signal transmitter is a tracking program I wrote specifically for it. A tracking program? Well, didn't you mention a strange little girl earlier? The next time you meet the little girl, if you hit her with this launcher, the tracking program will automatically hook up and capture and interpret her data. Once the analysis is successful, we will know the cause of the little girl. At that time, by pressing the button, we can also perform reverse tracking of the target location. Although it sounds very useful, it still seems weird. If nothing else, 40 and I will leave. Leave us still waiting for us. Well, there's one more thing. Have you been affected by the redundant data? Me? Redundant data will occupy Leva's computing space, and my communication with Lena will also be disrupted as a result. You are already in a mental space, which is somewhat equivalent to redundant data. No problem. Furska. Let go of 100 hearts. My operation is completely normal and not disturbed at all. Oh, since that's the case, let's clean it up first. If the redundant data reaches a certain value, the newly added data will overwrite the original record. Lena, you must avoid the situation, otherwise Leva's mental record cannot be retrieved. Oh, I see. Facing Perska and also towards a distant place in the mental space, Lena nodded seriously. I will definitely ensure the safety of Sister Leva and never let such a situation happen. I'm using Luna Translator. As nightfall, 40 and 9 dress in evening gowns walk arm in arm with 45 towards the banquet hall. Well, I knew this purple dress would be perfect for 45. She looks great. 45 looks great in anything, so anything suits her. So you can't change the model to show the purple dress on her? Listening to their compliments, 45 responded with a faint smile. The smooth texture of deep purple silk is very familiar, which makes 45 feel nostalgic but also generates some inexplicable doubts. Budget cuts are showing. Have you ever worn such a formal dress before? However, once the past is remembered, the mind will always be a foggy glass that cannot be seen clearly, especially when it comes to that operation. What are you staring at, 45? Should we go in now? Wait a minute. 45 grabbed 40, who was about to push open the door to the banquet hall. 40, can you wait for 2 minutes first? There's something I want to ask you about that operation. What do you want to ask, 45? I remember that operation. Only 40 and I secretly participated, right? Why was the commander there? Also, my mind... Why are you standing at the entrance like wooden stakes? Some people may not even dare to enter the door after being mentally impaired, right? Before finishing speaking, a cold voice interrupted 45's question. "45 turned around and saw the owner of the voice, a cool and proud long-haired doll, who was now coldly sizing her up. Beside the doll was another white-haired doll, wearing a formal dress, closed her eyes like she couldn't wake up, swaying her body as if she was about to curl up to the ground in the next second. Huh. Being intellectually impaired in the battles in the command center is still better than not being qualified to participate in combat missions, isn't it? Strangely, 45 can't remember the name of the doll despite having a very familiar face. Just as 45 frowned and pondered, the tightly closed door of the banquet hall suddenly opened, and Kalina walked out of the hall. Oh, 404 is also here. Kalina greeted the white-haired doll with familiarity and smiled at the 45 trio. The 45 trio. Shouldn't it be the UMP trio? I haven't introduced you to 40 yet. These two are elite doll members of Squad 404, HK 416 and G11. Squad 404, as a secret support, also participate in this operation together. Thanks to their help, you were able to be rescued. Moreover, after the operation, Squad 404 has officially accepted the invitation to join Griffin. Wow. This is like the super timeline. And it's likely to form a new team with you, Team 45 and Team 40, to operate together in the future. Inviting them over today is also an opportunity to tell everyone about this matter. After Kalina finished her introduction, 416 looked at 45 with a hint of pride on her face. I love this fanfic. Got it. 404 is not a useless person who is not qualified to participate in combat. However, there is no need to thank 404 for their assistance. After all, protecting weak partners during missions is the responsibility of elite dolls. Is that so? 45 looked at 416 and Kalina with some suspicion. She doesn't know why, but 45 felt a strange sense of dissonance from their words just now. But 40 was completely unaware of it and instead showed a bright smile to the two of them. Oh, that's right. Thank you so much to 416 and G11. If it weren't for your support, 45 and I would really be finished. Since everyone will also form a new team in the future, let me first wish that we can become the best and most cohesive team. No need to wish, it definitely will be. Faced with the bright smile of 40, the white-haired figure awkwardly leaned away, then pulled up the figure that was almost curled up to the ground and sleeping soundly, and strode towards the banquet hall. Before leaving, the white-haired doll turned around again and gave 45 a cold glance. Just a reminder, since your mind is damaged, it's best to tidy up your body first and not rush the battlefield. If it drags down your companions, 404 won't come to save you a second time. After speaking, the white-haired doll dragged G11 away, seemingly guessing what the people around her were thinking. 45 lightly patted 45 on the shoulder. Pure Balin Island copia. Don't be fooled by 416's fierce words. This is actually her way of caring about people. Is that so? Did you know her before? No, that's also me. I heard about it from 9, right? UMP 9 hugged 45 with a smile and rubbed against her. 416, this person is always fidgety. Don't take what you just hurt the heart, 45. Okay. 45, 9, let's go in quickly too. Don't just stand here foolishly. There must be a lot of delicious food inside. I can already smell the fragrance. 40 and 9 held on to 45 from left to right and pushed her into the hall. In the bustling banquet hall, 45 sits in the corner of the spacious sofa, enjoying delicious food with the people around them. The food on the round table has piled up into a small hill, but 9 is still excitedly going back and forth in the hall, putting the new dishes they have picked up in front of 45. Wow, this is also delicious. 45, try it quickly. And this flavor of beverage is also very delicious. Also have a cup, 45. Hey, Spaz. I heard that you were injured in battle, and everyone is very worried. How do you feel now, 45? Are you feeling okay? Holy shit, they're using the old model? She's not blinking either, so I think they literally just ripped the art from Girls Frontline 1 and tidied it up a bit, because she's not blinking at all in this one. If you feel uncomfortable, don't try to be brave. Well, thank you all. In the banquet hall, people came back and forth, occasionally greeting and talking to 45. In the center of the hall, there is a humanoid organization playing tabletop. There's a group of dolls playing tabletop games, attracting many people. 9 also excited he ran over. Looking at the bustling hall, 45 was gradually infected by the lively atmosphere. She leaned against the sofa and slowly relaxed her body, letting herself sink into a soft area. Maybe this is fine. Although her mind is still a bit confused and some data seems ambiguous. But everyone is very friendly, accompanied by 9 and 40. With this thought in mind, 45 turned her head to the side. Sensing 45's gaze, 40 raised the juice and smiled brightly. Subsequently, 40 suddenly waved to the front. Kalina, dressed in a suit, walked over and sat beside the two of them. She lifted her hand and gently stroked 45's hair. Are you feeling okay? You just finished repairing your mind recently. Don't you think the party is noisy? This is the timeline that Carter didn't get mad. Kalina's smile made 45 feel relieved for a moment, but looking at Kalina's neat and sharp suit, a strange feeling appeared in 45's mind again. At this moment, is Kalina like this? If not, what should she be like? 45 always feels like it knows what it should be like, however the correct record cannot be found in the mind. In the end, 45 decided to set aside these inexplicable troubles for now. Thank you, Kalina. This place is very lively and relaxing, which is perfect for someone like me who was a patient. Also, thanks to Griffin's support team and 404 for the operation. Don't thank me and Griffin. The real hero who saved you is 40. Lena looked at 40 beside her and smiled. If it weren't for the fact that 40 managed to break free from the control of the virus and prevent its spread, Griffin's dolls would have encountered greater danger, and you wouldn't have been able to escape safely at 45. The virus? What is that? Blank. Kalina? What are you talking about? Kalina's voice seemed to turn into a noisy mess and could no longer be heard clearly. 45 couldn't help but grab Kalina's arm. But before she could ask, Kalina had already changed the topic. This timeline RBK is my wife. That's the hugest copium so far. Speaking of which, 45, I have some good news here. Wait, what other surprise did you hide? Everyone thinks that you can safely return in action, but it's a very rare thing. So to celebrate your safe return and reward the contributions made by all 40 Griffin members, the commander has decided to award you with a special reward. A 1-month-long vacation. A long vacation for 1 month? Wow! Really excitedly jumped up while holding 45. Hey, in that case, can't 45 and I go on a trip outside? What, travel? "90, who was playing board games on the side, heard the commotion and excited squeezed over. Are you going on a trip at 45? Can I come too? 9 stared expectantly at Kalina, but Kalina smiled and rubbed 9's head. Sorry, I have another task to assign to you. Oh. Okay, then 45, if you and 40 are going on a trip, make sure you take more photos. Share with me when you come back. 9 is 100. Don't worry. We will definitely take your share too. Is that right, 45? Yes. I will definitely take a photo for you. So, has 4 decided where to travel? It's the beach, right? Yeah. No need to ask. Of course it's going to the edge of the ocean. The ocean? At the moment of hearing this word, 45 smile stopped on her face. Is it a long, long time ago? What's wrong, 45? I remember someone once said to me, the ocean. That person said... Oh, that person is me! 40 patted 45's shoulder discontently. That was what I told you at the end of the training before. I said I want to travel to the seaside and bask in the sun. 45, have you forgotten everything? Did I? I couldn't find this record in my mind. After all, your mind was damaged. Your mind was damaged. Maybe this experience happened to be the damaged part. Oh, by the way, can you also talk about your vacation plans? It's rare to have a vacation, and I can't be the only one traveling to the seaside. And you, 45, what are you planning to do during your vacation? Well, a month is a long time. What are your plans? What are your plans, 45? What about me? Faced with the hopeful smiles of 40 and Kalina, 45 had no choice but to think. My words. In the hall, the lively banquet continues. Sitting on the sofa in the corner of the hall, 45 and 2 people in front of her talked about their planned vacation. However, the lights above the head became even stronger, and the music playing on the record player in the hall became louder and louder, becoming another melody that 45 felt familiar with. The glaring light almost covered the faces of 40 and Kalina. 45 felt the snow-white sky in front of her, and this dazzling whiteness. She saw the blurry figure again. 45, it's time to go shooting training together. The blurry figure in the mind emits a reassuring sunny scent. 45 nods and extends her hand to that blurry shadow. Hey, what's wrong, 45? Ah. The lights and the music suddenly faded away, and the blurry shadows disappeared in front of her. 45 found herself tightly holding 40's hand. 45, are you okay? You want to go to Persica's place again? No, no need. I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of something to talk to 40 about. 45 released her hand and shook her head gently. Your relationship with 40 is still so good. Of course. 45 and I are sisters. We are the most important people to each other, aren't we? 40 smirked mischievously, lightly tapping 45's hair and leaning against 45's shoulder. Record read error, please read again. Record read error, please read again. Please read again. There seems to be a continuous and unstoppable error in the mind. But the smiles on 40 and Kalina in front of her were still as warm as ever. As if as long as she smiled at them, the beautiful time would stop forever. Ignoring the error message in her mind, 45 smiled and leaned back on 40's shoulder. Yes. Me and 40 are the best sisters. I mean, there's no Earl Griffin, William, or Dad Licores. It'd be the ideal timeline. And the best part is the commander's there too. It's everything 45 would want. Well, we haven't seen Angelia yet. I don't think we'll be seeing Angelia. With Lena's attack, several eerie machines aggregated from redundant data dissipated in the mist permeating the amusement park. One vague mental record after another flickered and shattered before Lena's eyes. Unable to dodge the shells exploding nearby, 45 immediately turned around and elbowed, throwing the suddenly approaching enemy back to the ground. At the same time, the attack in the mine continued. 45 had to dodge in the ruins, searching for a corner where it could safely perform calculations. This group of enemies look difficult to deal with. Do you want me to help? Isn't one primitive body enough for two minds? Just add fuel to your mouth and you're free. Kind words to comfort you, but don't expose it. Anyway, if your computing power is not enough, please let me know in a timely manner. Oh, thank you. Under some dim lights, Leva lowered her head and stared at the brand new work card in her hand. Belonging to Namfa. I'm still not used to the new name. New identity. No matter how I look at it. How does it feel to say goodbye to 404? I finally threw this big trouble into that girl. So easy. Don't hide this from me. I can hear your inner voice very clearly. Don't worry, it's just a handover to the captain. I know how much you value 404. Lena and that guy will also understand. Handing over the 404 to her is the next best choice. There's nothing left. Lena instinctively reached out her hand as if wanting to touch Leva's figure in the fragments, but the small fragments disappeared completely before they could even touch her fingertips. Leaning down in disappointment, Lena turned her head to look at 40. Are these really all things that happened between you and Leva in your mind in the past? If it's a fake, I'll change it. The first scene was during a battle. I never expected that Leva could still whisper to you in such a tense situation. Leva's actually quite nervous too. Saying something can also help her relax a little bit. Squad 404 was also at that time. Although everyone cares about 404, they had to compromise for a longer-term goal. This is a correct but not easy decision. I had to show my support. Watching 40 calmly explain the past, Lena lowered her head, somewhat disappointed. I'm too bad. I think I'm supposed to say I'm not good enough. Although I am also Leva's sister. I'm always taken care of unilaterally by Leva. When she really needed support, I didn't notice at all and couldn't give her any support. I didn't notice at all and couldn't give her anything. Don't say that. Leva always feels happy and relaxed when she's with you. Is it? But I also want her to rely on me. There are also some things that only you can do, right? For example, providing cooperation or support to Leva in her communication work. Also, just like now, provide assistance when Leva encounters an emergency situation. Leva also relies heavily on you. No, really, will she also rely? Does she rely on me? Lena suddenly lifted her head, receiving Lena's unexpected gaze. 40 smiled. Of course! Not just now. It started a long time ago. Do you remember when your core was damaged? She completely exploded. She just didn't say it directly, but you truly are in her heart. Leva. Looking back on the past, Lena lightly clenched her fist and nodded with effort. That reference should be in, I think that was Slow Shock, actually. Yeah, I want to say that was during Slow Shock. Right. 40, you're right. Since Leva trusts me so much, I can't let her down either. I have to keep up the good work. Let's keep moving forward. The next step is... Let me take a look at the map. Huh? The image that's supposed to indicate the coordinates of the data source is now obscured by thick fog, leaving only a gray snowflake. Is the map not showing? Is it a data malfunction? Let me have a look. 40 took the map and fiddled with it repeatedly, but there was no improvement. Lena saw this and opened the communication channel with Persica. Strange, I'll ask Persica. Persica, take a quick look at what's going on here. However, only a busy tone came from the channel. No matter how when it operated, the signal grid on the screen showed no response. How could that be? Has communication been cut off? Is the computational space being occupied by redundant data again? Unfortunately, at this moment, it seems that the speed of data growth is faster than I imagined. Fortunately, I can still detect the approximate location of the data source. Although it is not as accurate as Persica's monitoring, it should be good enough. That's all we can do, but we need to speed up the progress to make up for the time lost due to unclear information. Shush! Forty suddenly raised her hand and made a quiet gesture. Something is approaching. Kaka, 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 kaka. As the sound approached, countless eerie mechanical figures appeared in the thick fog. There are actually so many. It's okay. We'll have to kill you sooner or later. Well, I'm here to help too. Right. Grab a drink. Do your thing, 416. Let me stretch first. Oath Mosin win. Yeah, actually, yeah. I like Mosin the gun a lot. Lena fought agilely amidst the encirclement of the mechanical group. Wow, 40, don't just talk without practicing. There are more and more machines here. Sorry, isn't this because I don't have a cleaning permission? I am already working hard to help you attract enemies. 40 hiding behind obstacles pointed at the small figure in the mechanical group. The millennial stretch. What's the millennial stretch? I don't know that one. All I know is normal stretching. There are several Goliaths wandering around under the command of 40, attracting the attention of the eerie machinery. Although the damage is not significant, it still disrupts the situation to some extent. This way, this way. Forty, are you sure it's useful? These monsters are still chasing after me. Lena pointed behind her. She saw that although the Goliath sent by 40 still briefly attracted the attention of the machines, soon these machines turned around and attacked Lena. Hey, how could this happen? Looking at 40, who had just understood the state, Lena waved helplessly. It seemed like I still had to rely on me. I've already have a solution. 40, work with me. Lena, who had just escaped the chase, suddenly turned around and jumped into the mechanical group with her gun. The machines followed Lena's figure and turned around one after another, but Lena just agilely jumped onto Goliath, commanded by 40. A group of machines gathered around Lena on Goliath, and just as she was about to be completely surrounded, Lena jumped out again and shouted at 40. 40, detonate! After a loud bang, the surrounding machinery was blown up in disarray. Lena immediately raised her gun and fired at the machinery, knocking down all of the besieged machinery. A group of machines were quickly cleaned up, but Lena didn't stop and instead quickly charged towards another Goliath. 40, this way! Understood. With the tacit cooperation of Lena and 40, the eerie machinery surrounding them was quickly cleared the way. After watching countless fragments dissipate again, 40 excitedly jumped over. truly deserving of Lena. I actually came up with a sudden clever idea. This has sudden inspiration. Leva really is amazing. That's also impressive. With a smile on her face, 40 raised her fist gently and shook it towards Lena. What's this for? To celebrate the victory of first collaboration. Let's punch and celebrate. Hmm? It seemed like there was a similar images overlapping in front of her. At the shooting range, it seemed that two dolls have inspired each other so much. Lena looked at 40's bright smile and couldn't help but reach out to her hand, touching 40. Successful teamwork. Well, the collaboration was successful. A warm touch came from the clashing fists. Lena withdrew her hand and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, did Leva also punch 40's 40 like this in the past? It says punch, but it should say like a fist bump or a bump fist, one of those two. Not actually punch 40. That gives some implications. I always feel like I'm getting closer to Leva again. Yeah, this is a small ceremony for us to cheer and encourage ourselves. Oh, when Lena said that, it was as if Leva was also there. Suddenly I felt my whole body full of strength. 40 clenched her fist happily and looked around. Suddenly she clapped her hands in surprise. Hey, the fog's anticipated a lot. Lena, let's hurry up. Lena nodded and was about to follow 40 when she suddenly remembered something. By the way, 40, didn't you feel a bit strange just now? What's up? During the battle just now, even though you were 40 years old, even though you were trying hard to retract the enemy, those machines still only chased after me and fought alone, as if they knew I was the real combat power. Does this monster composed of redundant data really have the ability to recognize enemies? That is a bit strange. Let me think. Ah, I got it. Is it because I am also a data in Leva's mind? Those machines might have treated me like a friend, after all. I'm like a super large redundant data source. However, this is also my guess. I cannot confirm with Persico now, but we can observe the movements of the machines in future battles, and if that's the case, then this previous battle plan would come in handy. Well, that's true. Then I'll pay attention again later. Ah, there's more. 40 apologetically grabbed Lena. And about just now, I couldn't help much because I didn't have the cleaning permission. After all, Leva used to clean her data by herself, and I was afraid of accidentally deleting her data. So I never thought about clearing permissions. However, the situation is different now. Continuing like this will only affect Leva's mental recovery. Once I can contact Persica, I will apply for temporary data cleaning permissions from her, so that I can help you in battle. That sounds good. However, we still need to wait for Persica to confirm the safety. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if Leva's data was accidentally deleted. Of course. Before I am assigned permissions, I still had to rely on you, Lena. But I will help cover it up. Well, leave it to me. one simple trick for all attack. Hold on. Well, this is the second data source, right? 40 stopped at the edge of the pile of ruins. Lena stopped and looked around. The eerie mist still pervades with data fragments. In a distance, a twisted and towering steel frame looms faintly in the thick fog. Is this shape a Ferris wheel? Why does it feel chilly? It should be called the Terror Ferris wheel, right? The queue is filled with strange and particular machinery. Hey, look, it's that little girl over there. 40 raises her hand and points towards the center of the mechanical group. The slender black figure was sitting in the circular cockpit with the half-open door, idly swaying her legs and singing softly. Da da la la la. The ethereal singing drifted in the wind, and countless surrounding machines twisted their bodies along with the girl singing, as if dancing with her. However, the stiff and twisting posture of the steel monsters did not add warmth to the scene before them, but instead made the atmosphere even more eerie. Wow, what a bizarre scene. The monsters seem to really understand her words. Take care, Samuel. That's too suspicious. Where did it come from? Let's go figure it out now, okay? Don't have the one Perska gave you? The transmitter. Clang. Yeah. And then takes out the transmitter and hands it over to 40. Give it to me? The machines didn't attack you much along the way, did they? To approach the little girl through the mechanical group, your chances of winning are greater than mine. I will help you attract the machinery later. Oh, I see. Lena is very smart. 40 takes the transmitter and the two carefully navigate around the ruins, heading towards the little girl. Lena stopped when she was about 10 meters away from the outermost machinery. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Before she could finish speaking, Lena raised her gun and fired, rushing towards machinery in the crowd. Hi, data iron bumps, look over here. Attracted by gunshots, the machine quickly surged towards Lena. Suddenly, there were many gaps ahead, and 40 took the opportunity to quickly move towards the little girl. However, the little girl seemed to have noticed her earlier. Ignoring Lena's attack, the little girl ran straight to 40 and then, suddenly, pouncing in front of 40. Hee ah! What? 40 panicked and took 2 steps back. The little girl tilted her head in confusion, pointing to herself and then to 40. Let's play together as a family, okay? Huh? 40 was stunned, sensing the confusion of 40. The little girl raised her hand again and pointed at Lena. That one over there is a bad person. Let's fight her together. I'm sorry. I completely don't understand what you're saying. Let's play together. Let's play and hit her together. Together. The little girl approaches step by step, dragging her long hair. Looking at the golden eyes that were staring straight at her, 40 retreated in a panic, as if completely forgetting the purpose of approaching the girl. Soon, Lena, who was attracting the machinery on her periphery, noticed the anomaly. 40? No action? Did you encounter any trouble? There are more and more machines behind, but 40 still has no movement. Lena couldn't help but turn around and direct the machine towards the girl, then shout at 40. Hello? Hello? 40, are you okay? Press the button! Hurry up! Ah! Startled by a distant shout, 40 suddenly shook her head, then took a step back, lifted the transmitter, and pressed the button. The dark brown rays filter out the shape of a flower on the girl's hem. And as the brown color spread, several rays of light flicker, making the girl's body faintly transparent. Oh my god! The girl took a step back in terror. Then the girl suddenly lifted her head, widened her eyes at 40, and angrily waved her hands. Wow, you with her! You're also a bad person! I won't play with you anymore! Attack you! Wait a minute. I'm not... Before 40 could respond, the girl had suddenly already stomped her feet irritably. With the sound of the girl's footsteps, the ground began to shake violently. Oh. 40, what's the situation now? I don't know. 40 and Lena nervously looked around. In the swirling dust, huge shadows are swaying. Something big seems to be coming over. Be careful. Oh no, who is this? We don't know. She's a new character. I think the theory right now is that she's an Oga system. Persica right now is assuming that she is leftover data from the virus that was implanted by Darcher. Bushy. After a long struggle, the huge machinery still couldn't stop approaching. Lena, who was running, continued to turn around and shoot, but the rain of bullets didn't slow down the machinery by half a minute. Damn it! How can we scrap this big guy? Where's the core of the machine? On the chest, or... There are obstacles over here. Go this way. 40 leads Lena towards the ruins, or through the ruins. Struggling to find a way, Lena ran a while looking back at the huge machinery. Could it be above your head? Taking advantage of the stacked ruins ahead, Lena jumped up and further leaped towards the giant machinery at the height of the ruins. Okay, got it. This is it. Holding onto the arm swung by the machine, Lena's flipped over again and finally landed on the shoulder of the giant machine. The next second, the The bullet pours towards the core of the machine. However, only a slight indentation remained on the thick shell. The huge machinery was instead provoked by Lynn's attack and shook violently. Wow! The machine suddenly turned its body, and Lena was almost thrown out, having to tightly grasp a protrusion on the mechanical shoulder. Here it is again, Lena. Be careful. Wow, wow! The machine twisted its body again, and the huge iron arm slammed down on the part where Lena was. Lena didn't have time to escape, so she had to hang between the shoulders of the machine, struggling to avoid turning and turning. Lena! Wow, wow, wow! You, hold on first. I'll come up with a solution. 40 anxiously looks around. Amidst the ruins, several Goliaths struggled to block the incoming mechanical swarm. And that's it. Little ones, rush here. With a snap of her fingers, 40 rushed towards the feet of the giant machinery. The giant machine lifted its foot to step on it, and 40 deftly avoided it before rushing towards the other foot. Following the figure of 40, the Goliaths rushed forward and surrounded the huge machinery. Good evening, Warden. It's now 2, 3, 1, bang! The sparks in the explosion exploded in an instant. The giant machinery shook violently, and countless parts fell from the body. Taking advantage of this moment to catch her breath, Lena jumped off the mechanical shoulder and hid in the nearby ruins. I guess that's what it says. Losing the target of attack, the giant machinery spun aimlessly in the air. After a moment, the giant machinery walked unsteadily into the thick fog. Is it temporarily safe? Yeah, I'm not sure she said wow the entire time. Seeing the giant machinery leave, Lena stood up and searched for the figure of 40 everywhere. At the moment of the explosion just now, she clearly saw 40 fall into the distance with the shock wave of the explosion. Sure enough, she discovered 40 lying in the ruins ahead. 40! Lena rushed over and nervously helped 40 up, patting the dust all over her. Are you okay? With Lena's help, 40 slowly sat up. I'm okay. What do you mean you're okay? Your body had been torn by shrapnel. So many crossings. Prove. 40 couldn't help but reach out and gently pat Lena with a comforting touch. It's okay, these are just scars simulated from data damage. Okay. They'll be fixed in a while. But still, it's still too risky. What if irreparable damage is caused? If anything happens to you, Eva will definitely feel sorry and accept. Ah! 40 raised her hand and gave Lena a fierce flick on the forehead. If you get hurt, Leva will also feel sad. And compared to Lena jumping onto the big guy's head at all costs, isn't this nothing to me? Hey, this is also an urgent situation. Do you want to quickly destroy that big guy and rescue Leva? Lena rubbed her forehead and her momentum suddenly diminished. It seems both of us are a bit impatient. Forty smiled and tried to pull Lena up. Actually, I didn't mean to take risk either. It's just that things turned out this way because I was scared by the little girl and didn't shoot in time. I have implicated you. No, no one could have imagined that little girl would call it a large pet. But Lena's reaction was very fast. No wonder Leva trusts you so much. It's really reassuring. Forty smiled and lightly rubbed Lena's head. However, no matter what, we won't be allowed to take such risks next time, okay? Okay. Lena awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. The fog seemed to dissipated quite a bit just now. Should Lena contact Perska to see? Huh? Really? Lena quickly opened the communication channel. This time the long-time connection has finally been connected. The connection was disconnected again just now. Did anything unexpected happen? Oh, it was like something happened. Have you discovered a new data source? Yes. Found it, and a little girl's tracking program has also been connected. Oh? Not bad. Then next start analyzing. Analyzing the composition of the data will take some time, so please continue to clean it up first. Did you clean up the data source just now and retrieve any new mental records? Yeah, that's right. Although I cleaned up a lot of the machinery, I couldn't find any mental records of Leva at all. Wow, did it mean that the mental records was eaten by that large machine? Well, it's very likely. Although the map has malfunctioned, I can feel the data source is now moving in a thick fog. The speed of movement is also very close to the speed of the giant machinery just now. The map was malfunctioning? What's going on? We're not sure either. The map couldn't be displayed after entering the fog just now. Is it due to redundant data interference? Thanks to the guidance of 40, we were able to find this data source. It should be because I have been staying in Leva's mind, so I can still perceive the approximate location of the data source under interference. Do you want to compare, Perska? 40 sent the detected data source to Persica. After a brief comparison, Persica nodded approvingly. Although there may be a slight deviation from the precise coordinates, there is nothing wrong with the overall direction, and it can be used in case the map is damaged. So after going around, Eva's mental record is still in the core of that big guy? Ah, I should have killed it in one go just now. You can't take it alone. You can't take it down alone, can you? Persica looks at Pascal. Persica, can you temporarily grant me permission to clean data in Leva's mind? Lena is too... It's too dangerous for Lena to deal that monster alone. Well, with 40's help, the clean efficiency would indeed be higher. Alright, saving Leva is urgent now. With a few keystrokes, Persica nodded. Alright, let's give it a try. Pay attention to identifying a target when using. Okay, thank you, Persica. I will use it carefully. It's so much more convenient now. Lena, let's go find that big guy. Lena and 40 once again delved into the thick fog. After only a few steps, Lena looked at the map and shook her head helplessly. Well, sure enough, walking into the mist will ruin the map. 40, the rest of the way is up to you. Yo-ho! 40 suddenly threw a grenade into the thick fog. Several lurking in eerie machines were exploded, turned into data fragments that drifted away in a secluded manner. The first strike hit. Huh? Wow, they're also over here? Before Lena could speak, 40 raised her gun and fired in another direction. A string of bullets flew down, knocking down a lone machine to the ground. Looking at the scattered data fragments, 40 happily jumped in front of Lena. I hit another one. Lena, do you want me to compete with? Do you want to compete with me to see who can clean up more machinery together? Hey, is it really necessary to compare? It's more important to quickly find that big monster now, isn't it? Hey, I just saw you looking serious and just wanted to tease you. The big guy is right here. It's not far. So, this event, as you said, we haven't gone back to the commander POV. We need one more event and it's back to the commander POV. Well, I did say on the previous event that we're probably going to have like one more. So, my theory is that this is the last one, and then we'll probably go back to the commander. But who knows? Forty gets into the depths of the dense fog. Before long, a huge shadow appeared in the outline. Here, that's it. Finally here. Let's do this together this time, 40. Yo. Yeah, it does. So now 40 has the ability to fight in Leva's mind. Under the siege of both Lena and 40, the core of the giant machinery was finally blasted. Yeah, successful teamwork. I finally got rid of it this time. With a loud explosion, the massive steel body trembled violently and fell unsteadily. Lena and 40 quickly retreated, but a small black figure emerged from the corner of the battlefield, seemingly indifferent to being hit, and quickly approached the machinery. Hey, is that the little girl? Why did she... Chasing the little girl's gaze, Lena immediately noticed something strange. Something shiny seemed to be falling from the core of the giant machine amidst the dust. Wait, is that? 40, stop her quickly! After firing 2 emergency shots, Linda rushed towards the collapsed machinery. Stop it! Don't steal! Realizing Linda's purpose, the girl pounced forward, trying to catch up with her, but was forced back by a string of bullets from 40. In the blink of an eye, Linda had rolled over to the machine. 40 also ran over and cautiously raised her gun towards the little girl. Faced with the 2 people blocking in front, the girl angrily waved her hands. Yeah, that's mine! Give me back! What's to say it's yours? This is Leva's mental space. That's right. This is clearly Leva's thing. Caught off guard by the 2 people, the girl glared fiercely at Leva and then turned towards 40. I think the text meant glared at Lena and then looked towards 40. Why did you help her? Clearly, we are the ones. The 40 bullet landed at the girl's feet again, interrupting her words. Although I'm not sure who you are, don't try to hurt Leva. If you want to live well, it's better to stay away from us. Ah, you're also a bad person. I hate you. I hate you girls. The girl stomped her feet more irritably, but at this moment there was no mechanical response to her call. Before 40 and Lena could continue to approach, the girl reluctantly waved her fist twice and turned to run towards the distant fog. She finally left. That little girl has a pretty big temper. Seeing the girl finally leave, 40 put down the gun. Lena also squatted down, ready to pick up that shiny thing. This should be the data source. Wow, Lena, take a look. 40 suddenly grabbed Lena. She held Lena up and happily pointed around. As the giant machinery was knocked down and turned into data fragments, the dense fog gradually dispersed, and a deep blue sea approached in front of the 2 of them. The snow-white waves gently hit the beach. In the distance, a tall Ferris wheel stands tall, and a colorful, circular cockpit slowly rotates with the music. Ah! The fog has dispersed. It's really beautiful. Leva's mind actually has such a beautiful place. Looking at Lena's stunned expression, 40 smiled and bent down to pick up the shiny fragment on the beach. Isn't this the military card of 40? Lena looks down at 40's palm. That is a small rectangular metal piece covered in bullet marks on the surface, with the words engraved 40 in the center. Over time, the handwriting seems to have worn out, but the military plaque seems to be constantly wiped clean and still appears as smooth as new. Is that 40? The real 40? That's right. This is one of the few things left by 40. It turns out that Leva has been keeping it well. So, what records are stored inside? I haven't read it yet. This is such an important thing. Lena, you should look first. Before the journal card was handed over to Lena, carefully Lena read the records inside. In the laboratory, 45 is lying in the maintenance compartment. Persica stood beside her, focused on the data on the screen. In theory, this simulated personality can indeed be extracted, this is from the journal, from the bottom of your mind and can be set a second computational core that can operate independently. This will take up some of your memory, but it will also help stabilize the underlying mental state. And the extra core can also play a significant role in electronic warfare. But I had to remind you that the simulated personality 40 that you insist on extracting is fundamentally created by blank. Although perhaps based on the personality of 40, the simulated personality has not yet appeared. No one can guarantee the future. Are you really going to keep her? This is not really 40. I know it's not really 40, but I want to keep this simulated personality. In fact, the second computing core you want can run without simulating a personality. You can completely delete this simulated personality, which will not only clear the remaining characters, but also make it easier to maintain the elemental body in the future. And if you stay, sooner or later, you will have to face blank. 45, are you really blank? I figured it out. This is the last thing left for me by 40. Even if it's necessary, I don't want to give it up. That's really resolute. Alright, then I'll proceed with the operation. 45 nodded gently. Persica looked at the screen and clicked quickly. 45 fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Persica, can this matter be handled? It's rare for you to ask me for help. Don't worry. Blank. Data flows rapidly on the screen. 45 calmly stares at the ceiling, clutching the military card in her pocket covered in war marks. Lena stopped the reading operation. This record is about Persica transforming Leva's mind, but strangely, why can't I read it completely? Do you also want to try 40? The General Lena card was handed over to 40. 40 tried to read for a moment, but also frowned. Indeed, the key information in the records is not very clearly here, as if someone has encrypted the records. And I just tried to decrypt it, but the encoding method of the encryption system is very peculiar, and I couldn't decode it successfully. I don't understand. Is there any confidential information hidden here? Or is it hiding Leva's secret? Leva didn't want anyone to see it, so she specially sealed it up? No, Leva wouldn't do such childish things like me, but... Lena pursed her lips and scrutinized the military plaque with distress. 40 smiled and shook her head, taking her hand. Okay, Lena, don't overthink it for now. Maybe I know what the records inside are. After all, this simulated personality is talking about me. And this record is closely related to my birth. Huh? Don't put on a bitter face, come with me. 40 led Lena to the snowy white beach. She picked up a spot with a great view and pulled Lena to sit down, putting a storytelling posture. Do you know how I was born? This is an image of Maldives. Yes, sunshine, sky, and sea, the place we agreed upon. Agreed upon. So it's like this. I understand now. On the shimmering blue coast, 45 slowly wiped away tears. These are the memories of 40 and me, the most precious assets that only belong to us. That's why you know everything. Well, whether it's your business or 40's business, my mind and 40's are of the same origin, so it's not very difficult for me to simulate a virtual personality like hers. In my heart, I've always hoped that 40 has not left me, so I unconsciously created you, which is why you exist at the bottom of the 3rd level. Well, that's right. I'm just a simulation you made, a personality of 40 that belongs only to you. It will not be replaced by 40's virtual personality. Looking at the endless blue coast in front of her, the gray-haired girl showed a nostalgic smile. Yeah, I'm the virtual personality created by 45. Back then, due to Operation Butterfly, 45 was forced to bid farewell to 40, and only brought back this military card from that brutal battle. 40 gently caresses the military card in her hand. 45 cannot accept the fact of losing 40, so unconsciously, based on the remaining memories of 40, they recreated a 40, which is me. I was born for 45. Guarding 45, comforting and supporting her so that she no longer suffers any harm from the past, is the meaning of my existence. At first, 45 was unaware of my existence. I have always lived at the bottom of my mind it's translation. I have always lived at the bottom of 45's mind, in a dark and lonely place where there is no one, and all the sounds I make are swallowed up. But one day, 45 unexpectedly fell into the bottom of her mind and discovered me. Since that day, 45 has been talking to me from time to time. She will tell me about what's happening outside, talk about her troubles, and bring me various things from outside. She even asked Persica to extract me from the level 3 to level 2 so that I could access external information, even if it would take up her memory. So that explains why the Ogus is active at level 2 and not level 3. 40 looks up at into the distance, revealing a smile. From the day I was released to the 2nd level, my world changed. No, it's better to say that it wasn't until that day that I realized what the real world is. With the help of her eyes, I finally saw the people she used to always mention. Squad 404, Kalina, Commander. I saw beautiful houses and lively amusement parks in the white and green areas, as well as deserts, sandstorms, and wildlife in the yellow area. I'm really happy. Although I am not the real 40, but a personality pieced together from fragmented memories and information, 45 treats me like a friend. So, I also consider 45 as my friend. My only and true friend. She changed my world and brought me happiness. Since then, I have sincerely wanted to protect her. I hope my presence can also make her feel at ease and happy. In these years, I have seen 45 become a powerful Leva, with more and more companions around her, bravely and firmly walking further and further, as if she could soon fulfill her wish back then. 40. As she was speaking, 40 suddenly stopped and turned to look at Lena, giving her a cheerful pat on the shoulder. So, I am very grateful for your existence. Huh? Because Lena always accompanies Leva. No matter what has happened in these years, Lena, you are always by Leva's side, and it's genuine companionship. I can feel you are special to her. Lena paused for a moment and touched her head somewhat unnaturally. I don't think I'm that special. Although I am a family member, have I been pestering Leva more? After all, at that time, I picked up a similar gun and insisted that we were sisters. On the contrary, you and Leva are both real sisters. This is predetermined from the moment you leave the factory, just like an imprint forever engraved on the body. I can't compare to that, no matter what. Is that so? Perhaps the real 40 is indeed like this. 40 chuckled lightly. However, I am not 40 after all. I'm just a virtual personality. My existence is more like a burden to Leva now than comfort. 40's smile gradually faded away. If she always relies on 40 and reminisces about the past, Leva will only stagnate. Just like this mental breakdown, if it weren't for the preservation of 40, Leva wouldn't have persisted in using this long, outdated body. And okay, element of form is frame. That's what it is. This long, outdated frame. And wouldn't have lacked combat power in front of that doll, leading to this current situation. 40 lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. 40, don't take the blame on yourself. Over the years, Leva has made many improvements to her body, and her combat effectiveness is not inferior to others at all. It actually is. This time, my mind will be damaged. Mainly because of that strange doll. Her mind will be damaged because of that strange doll. The other party is completely targeting Leva. And if we had to blame you, then Kalina and I are also at fault. We shouldn't have kept it a secret from her. We should have gone to Perska for repairs earlier. You're right. I shouldn't think like that. 40 nodded and seemed to be excited again. She stood up and reached out her hand to Lena. Reached her hand out to Lena. It's decided. Let's continue searching for the next data source and protect Leva's mind. This is the mission for my UMP-40. Let's go, Lena. Wait, since the fog has cleared, let's contact Perska first. Perska must know what's recorded in the military card. Huh? Do we need to contact her again? I've already explained the contents once. The little girl just now was very concerned about this military card. Perhaps it contains important information that can help us find Leva. That's right. You're considering things very carefully. And maybe the little girl's analysis results are also out. Linda stood up happily and opened Perska's communication channel. However, the call failed again, and the message could not be sent at all. What's going on? The fog is already dissipated. Is the data still interfering? But data source has been cleaned up, so interference should no longer exist. Is it true that the terminal is broken? Is there any other reason? Lena repeatedly checked the communication terminal but couldn't find any reason. Looking at Lena's worried expression, 40 gently rested on Lena's shoulder. I think there may be a threshold for data cleaning that is sufficient to maintain communication. Currently, the amount of data we clean is not enough, so we cannot communicate. Continuing the cleanup may help restore communication. How do you know, 40? Leva's mind is so confused. Does the threshold really exist? This is my inference based on the actual situation. You see, 40 raises her hand and points forward. On the nearby ruins, a faint mist is rising. If the dispersal of fog represents reaching the threshold for communication availability, then the thin fog over there can be considered a sign of unstable state, right? It is natural that stable communication cannot be established in such a fluctuating state. 40's determined and serious expression made Lena nod softly. This judgment is not entirely unreasonable. But since I haven't been able to contact Persica, I don't know when I'll be able to figure out the content of the military card. I think there's no need to worry about the content of the military card. 40 smiled and seemed to have relaxed a bit. Why do you say that? Lena is eager to decipher the military card in order to find clues about Leva, but it is still unknown whether there are any clues inside. At present, there are not many people in Leva's mental space who have the ability to encrypt military cards. We've walked all the way here, except for you, me, and Leva, and we've only seen that little girl. If Leva encrypted the military card herself, the information inside may not be helpful in finding Leva. And that little girl can't even speak clearly. I don't think she has the ability to encrypt. Under this premise, there may really be no intelligence in the military card. It would be more meaningful to continue and clean up the data than to spend time seeking Persica's help and deciphering the unknown military cards. I even speculate that the failure to interpret military cards is due to interference caused by the redundant data. Maybe after we clean up the redundant data, the communication problem will naturally be resolved, and the encryption of the military card will be automatically released. Will it really go that smoothly? Lena looked at 40 with some suspicion, but 40 gave Lena a cheerful pat on the shoulder. She seems like doing that, patting people on the shoulder. I don't have full confidence either. After all, the situation in my mental space is constantly changing. But it's better to clean up the data as soon as possible than to hesitate and procrastinate here. And I'm worried that if we don't move forward, the situation will get worse. You see, 40 points towards the distance. At some point, several huge cracks appeared at the end of the road. But what is that? How did the ground just one whoosh? Lena looked at the crack with concern, and then almost at the same moment, more and more cracks began to appear, and new mist was rising from the cracks. 40 looked at the crack and shook her head anxiously. Leva's mind is becoming increasingly unstable. We can't waste any more time, Lena. Looking at 40's worried expression, Lena nodded seriously. Oh, I see. I can't contact Persica now. There's no better way. So 40, take me to the next data source. Yeah, that's a bit of a long explanation. You learn all the information from 45's Mod 3 story. And growth from line 1. Though I find it a little strange that she doesn't mention that she's an Ogress. Because that's very important. In the small room, luggage was piled up all over the floor. 40 crouched between big and small bags, burying his head and packing his suitcase. I didn't expect the travel application to be approved so quickly. We can go see the real ocean now. In the current situation, it's really not easy to travel to the seaside, thanks to Colleen. Not only did she help us submit the application, but she also helped us with the subsequent processes one by one. This time back, be sure to bring more souvenirs and thank Colleen as well. In that case, it's better to leave enough space in the box, isn't it? Let me take a look. I have clothes, backup energy, game console, diving suit, swimsuit, sunglasses. What else do I need? Forty looks up and around and finally lands her gaze on the table next to 45. Oh, I also got sunscreen. 45, can you pass me the sunscreen? I've already decided that this time when I go to the beach, I must find a beautiful lounge chair, apply sunscreen, and spend the whole day comfortably sunbathing. Thing is though, is that the story has already mentioned and explained the Ogress by this point. She says swimsuit and diving suit. 45, when the time comes, you need to help me apply sunscreen. 45 responded softly, picked up a small bottle, and walked over to 40. 40 reached out and took it, but seemed to notice 45's absent-mindedness. What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. No, there isn't. Just suddenly remembered that there were still a few clothes confiscated. 45 chuckled lightly, then turned around and walked towards the wardrobe, opened the door, and pretended to be looking for something. 40's intuition is correct. She is indeed not very happy, but she always can't explain why. In the mind, the records about the sea are vague, and 45 can feel the bright and happy light hidden in those records. But those lights always seem to be out of place for the current situation. What's wrong with it? 45 reached out and fumbled in the wardrobe, only to suddenly feel her fingertips touch something cool. With fingers together, 45 grabbed the cool object. When she opened her hand again, a cold metal piece lay quietly in the palm of 45's hand. It's a military card, with a worn surface and several bullet marks remaining. However, even so, the name written on it, the military card, is still clear. UMP 40. Why is 40's military card here? The blazing flames surrounded her, and thick black smoke obscured the sky. 45 held the gun and faced the flames of war surrounding her. A blurry figure is shuttling through the gunfire, shooting around while anxiously approaching 45. 45, be careful! Passing through the thick smoke, 45 saw the face running towards her clearly. That's 40. The crisp applause in her ear brought 45 back to life. She looked up and saw 40 standing in front of her, smiling and holding up her hands. Are you scared? What are you thinking, 45? So focused. I called you several times, but you haven't responded at all. 40, I found your card in the wardrobe. 45 stopped before she could finish speaking. She saw a military card hanging from the chest of the doll. The military card was so brand new and clean, and the words 40 written on it were shining brightly under the light. Sorry, 40, my mind seems to not fully recovered yet. And there are always some strange records. Hey, did you remember something just now? Just now, I seem to recall the scene where we encountered danger during the operation, but it's different now. It seems like you haven't been able to safely escape from the action. Recalling the scene in her mind, 45 quietly hid the military card tightly held in her hand behind her. Poop. Oh, I thought it was something. It turns out I had a nightmare again. With 45. 40 smiled and touched 45's head. Smiled for a while. Then reached out and hugged 45, gently tapping 45's shoulder as if a coaxing child. Don't worry, I'm here. The dangerous operation is over. Everything has passed. This is Griffin. We're all safe. The only thing we need to think about now is our seaside trip, 45. This is the holiday we have been eagerly anticipating. I used to think it was an impossible dream. Oof. But now it has come true. I must cherish it even more. If you keep thinking about the past, wouldn't our precious holiday be wasted? The gentle voice of 40 calmed 45's chaotic mood once again. Right. 45 nodded lightly, hugged the smiling doll, and clenched the military card in her hand again. From an invisible perspective, 45's gaze lingered for a long time on the marked military plaque. Her mind's churning. She's like, something's not right here. But then she's also like, do I really want to know? Lena, this way. Coming. I'm using a software called Lunar Translator. With a single shot, Lena quickly chased after 40 and dodged into the path, repelling the haunting and eerie machinery behind her. The machine chasing behind Lena lost its target for a moment, wandered around in place for a while, and then turned back into the thick fog. 5 more minutes kind of dream. Watching the machine retreat, Lena stood by the crack and stuck out her tongue. These guys are so clingy. And there's that little girl falling behind with a haunting presence, slowing down our movement speed. It's indeed a bit annoying. Now, Leva's mind is already very dangerous. We can't just let them cling to us all the time. Let's develop a new combat plan. Catch that little girl first. Is she really trapped, Leva? Catch her? Maybe we can find Leva directly. Although it sounds tempting, since destroying that big guy, the little girl has been avoiding us a bit. How is Lena planning to lure her out? Let's first find something that attracts her. What do children like? What about military cards? 40 eyes lit up, and she pointed to Lena's pocket. Did the little girl really want the military cards before? This is the perfect bait. Hey, this... Lena hesitated as she touched her pocket. The military card is very important to Leva. What if it were to get stolen? Well, that little girl doesn't look very smart. We have encountered her so many times before, and based on our experience, one-on-one is definitely not a problem. No, I don't want to risk Leva's safety. That's right. Well, let me think. Hey, why don't we make a fake military card? With a smile on her face, 40 reached out her hand to Lena. Can you lend me the military card first? Lena hesitated for a moment, then handed the card to 40. The card was placed in the palm of the hand, and the other hand was used to cover the card. After a moment, a new military card appeared on the other hand of 40. Looking carefully, the marks on the military card are exactly the same as the real military card. Ah, looks just like it. Completely indistinguishable. Not only does it look like it, but it also simulated signals similar to Leva's mind. Even if that little girl gets it, it's impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake from the signal. Great. Can you simulate Leva's signal? After staying in Leva's mental space for a long time, I got some special skills. Here, you should keep the real military card. The card is returned to Lena, and 40 turns around and crosses her hips, patrolling around. Next, we need to find a place to ambush her. With the assistance of 40, the two eventually found a dilapidated cottage. Ah, this is it. I remember there's a small house here. The machinery outside has been cleaned up, so there should be no more inside, right? Lena carefully pushed open the door. A ghost suddenly descended from the sky. Lena panicked and took a big step back. Oh, why is it so gloomy here? It seems like this used to be a haunted house in the amusement park. Don't be afraid, it was already abandoned anyways. Picking up the paper ghost on the ground and throwing it aside, 40 pulled Lena to the center of the hut. Looking around at the furnishings inside, 40 nodded with satisfaction. This small house only has one entrance and exit, and there are many obstacles inside that can be used for hiding. It's really suitable for an ambush. Big military card. Let's leave it here. 40 placed the forged military card on a round table and gestured behind the screen next to the table. I can hide here, emit simulated signals behind similar to Leva's mental information, and when the little girl is attracted by the military card, jump out and scare her. Heh. Then I'll wait outside and signal you when I find a little girl. Move out together. Okay. This will definitely work. However, Lena, don't get too close to the cabin. If the little girl finds out, it'll be too troublesome. I'll be careful. Then let's take action. We must catch her this time. Not long after, Lena, who was squatting outside, suddenly heard a sound coming from the abandoned house. Hey, is the little girl here? But I didn't see anyone approaching just now, and 40 didn't send me a signal, did they? Lena opens the channel used for communication with 40 and confirms that there is a blank space outside. Inside. Outside, there's also silence. Did I hear it wrong? Wait a little longer and see. Linda carefully moved a few steps behind the abandoned house and hid behind a new cover. However, soon the commotion in the cabin became increasingly difficult to ignore. Is this gunshots? And it sounds like Goliath exploding? Linda quickly opened the communication channel. 40, what's the situation you're in? Communication was quickly connected. Lena, we miscalculated. There's a secret passage in a small room. The little girl suddenly appeared from the secret passage and attacked me. What? After she attacked me, she ran away through the secret passage. I followed her and found out what Leva left behind. The unstable communication signal caused the sound of 40 to be intermittent, but Lena immediately caught the keyword Leva. Leva? What does Leva leave behind? It's, I can't say for sure in the communication, but follow her and you'll definitely find a clue to Leva. Anyway, come quickly. I can't sleep alone. Wow! Communication was interrupted by intense gunfire. Lena immediately got up and rushed towards the cabin. 40, hold on. I'll be there soon. Lena, who rushed to the cabin, only saw a pile of ruins. The old furnishings inside the house have been flattened by bombs. There is no one in the room, only a huge hole exposed in one corner, like a pitch black mouth wide open towards Lena. 40, are you inside? The faint echo of gunfire could be heard from the pitch black cave. Lena gritted her teeth and jumped in. 40! The light of gunfire illuminated the pitch black tunnel. Deep in the tunnel, 40 is engaged in a fierce battle with machines commanded by the little girl. The girl is holding a military card in her mouth, and a small black figure is flexibly darting between the mechanical groups. 40 is closely chasing after the girl. Hey, don't run! Tell me where Leva is. The little girl ignored her pursuer and just waved her hand in the air. In an instant, a group of machines rushed in and surrounded 40. Seeing that 40 was about to be besieged, Linda quickly rushed forward. 40! Oh great, you're here. This way. I missed that text. Ripperonis. We can go for that location first. Right. I think we're 60% of the way through, I want to say. Under the joint attack of Lena and 40, the girl was gradually forced into a corner. Seeing the girl right in front of her, Lena quickly jumped over and reached out to grab her. However, the girl suddenly turned around and crawled through the gap between Lena and 40, like a small snake, running towards the distance with the help of machinery. Ugh. Ah! Damn it, hurry up and chase! Lena and 40 are running wildly in the pitch black secret passage. While running wildly, the two of them open fire and push back at the machinery in front of them with one strike. Finally, the two of them got close to the girl again. However, just as Lena was about to catch the girl, she suddenly jumped on the group. What? She suddenly jumped on the ground and once again broke free from the encirclement. At the moment of escape, the girl suddenly picked up a black object and threw it at Lena. Lena instantly caught at the thrown object, but froze at the moment she saw it. This is Leva's work card. Why is it here? Ah, this is what I said earlier. The clue left by Leva. And this one too. 40 took out a black ribbon and handed it to Lena. Look, this is what I found at the entrance of the tunnel. Isn't this Leva's headband? Lena took the ribbon and carefully looked at it again and again. Next thing you'll find her panties. Well, this is indeed Leva's hairband, but in the mental space, these are all things simulated by data. Why did they fall here? Could it be that Sister Leva intentionally stayed behind? I think so too. Perhaps Leva is intentionally pointing us in the right direction. So did Leva get taken away from here? Lena looked ahead with even more concern. After some delay, the little girl left the two of them in a distance again. Ah, she ran away again. Let's follow up. Chasing the small figure all the way, the two finally broke through the darkness. Finally arrived. Lena, hurry up. Wow. 40 abruptly stopped and grabbed Lena, who was rushing over quickly. Hey, what's wrong? Ah. Just 10 minutes away from Lena, a pitch black abyss stretches across the thick fog, mercilessly cutting off the road. And a little girl is standing at the end of the road, on the edge of the cliff, smiling. Beside her, countless machines are climbing up from the abyss beneath the cliff. One after another, ferocious black shadows are cascading up, tightly surrounding the edge of the cliff. The situation's not good. Lena silently clenched her gun. Almost at the same moment, she also heard the sound coming from the secret passage behind them. In the darkness, there were more machines approaching. We're surrounded. Yeah. Lena and 40 cautiously stood back to back, guarding against the machinery on both sides of the cliff and secret passage. It seems that she also realized the tension of the two being surrounded. At the edge of the cliff, the little girl grinned excitedly and waved the military card in her hand at them. The military card is mine now! Mine! You're also mine. I'm so hungry. I want to eat you all. And the military cards. Eat up. As she spoke, the little girl smiled and handed the military card to her mouth. Her cherry-like mouth suddenly cracked open, and a delicate doll-like face instantly turned into two flytrap-like petals. With snow-white sharp teeth chewing in the mouth of the flytrap, crunching and crunching. She bit the shiny military card into pieces. Wow. That's disgusting. 40 and Lena stared blankly at the girl eating. In just a moment, the military card was completely swallowed by the girl. The flytrap-like face miraculously regained its doll-like appearance. This little girl is completely a monster, isn't she? Why has redundant data evolved to this extent? Yes, but I suddenly feel that we should focus on now and not this. 40 seems to remember something and trembling raised her hand to point at the girl. At almost the same moment, the girl who was digesting her military card showed an angry and ferocious expression. Fake! Why'd you lie to me? Look out, quickly dodge. 40 quickly pulled Lena to roll around on the ground. Almost in a moment of rolling away, Lena felt a sharp blade-like stream of data rushing in front of her. Standing up hastily, she saw several knife-like marks left on the ground where the two of them were previously located. Huh? What's going on? She seemed to have become more powerful. That's impossible. Clearly the military card is fake. Can it be said that they have swallowed enough data to grow? Before 40 could speak, the little girl waved her hand again and launched the attack. I eat you all. I want to eat you all. Bad person. We can't just... Don't stand here and run. Lena grabbed 40 and tried to escape, but there were machines all around, and the two of them had no way out. There's nowhere else to escape. What should we do? Should we forcibly break through? You can't escape. I can smell the aroma of food. I want to bite. Oh, eat you all. The little girl seemed to have realized the helplessness of the two of them, and she started to grit her teeth and dance more and more. Faced with the cheering little girl, Lena cautiously clenched her gun and looked around. Behind her, she silently observed 40, suddenly making a soft sound. Lena, I have a solution. Huh? Look over there. 40 glanced in the direction of the secret passage. There, an abandoned bumper car is parked between the machines. I can take that car. Lena, can you help me lure away the enemies on the road? Lena almost immediately understood 40's plan. She nodded. So it's now. As the words fell, 40 suddenly rushed towards the car. Lena fired at the same time, driving away the machines in the same direction. The bullet opened a small path in the mechanical group, and 40 jumped up from the path and landed on the car cabin. In the next moment, two white lights lit up in the darkness, tracing an S-shaped path between the mechanical group and then racing past Lena's side. Some machines were knocked apart and flew up, while others were pushed against the front of the car. One by one, the densely packed machines were driven by the speeding cars and forced to retreat towards the direction of the cliff. In an instant, the car was already pushing towards the edge of the cliff with the machines. The machines in the cliff instinctively gathered around and jumped onto the car one after another. 40, be careful! Lena raised her gun and fired at the car, attempting to push back at the surrounding machinery, but 40 seemed to be completely indifferent, just manipulating the car to accelerate and rush towards the cliff, towards the mechanical group in front of the car. Driven by the small car, the dense machinery rolled down from the edge of the cliff like dominoes, one after another. The little girl commanding the machinery also panicked and dodged towards the edge of the cliff. Squeezing. With a piercing brake sound, the car came to a complete stop at the edge of the cliff. 40 flipped over and jumped off the car, rolling over the cliff and struggling to dodge the machinery still surrounding it. 40! Lena fired and charged forward. 40 took the opportunity to roll out, quickly ran away, and then threw a grenade towards the car. The red car exploded in the firelight. The body of the car flew up in a violent gust of air, carrying countless machinery clinging to the car and surrounding the cliff, falling off the cliff and into the abyss. In an instant, the surrounding formation had already disintegrated. The little girl stood on the edge of the cliff, looking back at Lena and 40 with a fierce expression. She seemed to give 40 a deep glance. I hate you guys. Disgusting. Disgusting. Family. I hate it. People from outside. Annoying. I will come back and eat all of you. The little girl said, turning around and jumping down the cliff. Wait. Lena ran forward. Before Lena could reach the edge of the cliff, the girl disappeared without a trace, leaving only a deep and bottomless darkness in front of her. If we let her run away again. No, but at least we got out of the predicament. I also cleaned up a lot of the machinery. Did it really clean up? Where does this lead to below? Lena gazed at the bottomless darkness. 40 also approached and watched with Lena. I guess this cliff, like the cracks we see on the road, was formed due to Leva's unstable mind. Perhaps it is the level 3 bottom layer. Perhaps it is a data recycling bin. Or perhaps it's an unknown slit in Leva's mental space. That sounds a little dirty. But only by falling down can it be confirmed. So we can't know whether the little girl has escaped again, right? Yes. Jumping down recklessly is too dangerous. What if there's still an ambush? But Lena, believe me, this is just a temporary retreat. We will definitely have another chance. Forty gently pressed Lena's shoulder. Lena didn't say a word, just lowered her head and gently stroked the work badge and headband in her hand. Are you still unhappy? Forty gently extended her finger and poked Lena's face. Lena still just frowned. KK, really, don't be so sad. As if feeling Lynn's frustration, 40 leaned in again and patted her. Speaking of which, I seem to know how to decrypt the military cards now. Thanks to you, Lena. Just now, I suddenly had an idea. Really? Lena's movement stopped. She pinched her headband and hesitantly lifted her head, looking at 40. At this moment, do you know how to decrypt it? 40 nodded vigorously, revealing a bright smile. Lena, give me the military card and I'll unlock it. Maybe the secret to rescuing Leva is hidden inside the military card. The secret to rescuing Leva is hidden in the military card? Lena's body stiffened gently. In her mind, some images were flashing, constantly reminding her of the strangeness in front of her at the moment. This is a flashback. I think there's no need to worry about the content of military cards. Lena is eager to decipher the military card in order to find clues about Leva, but it is still unknown whether there are any clues inside. If Leva encrypted the military card herself, the information inside may not be helpful to finding Leva, and that little girl can't even speak clearly. I don't think she has the ability to encrypt. Under this premise, there may be no intelligence in the military card. It would be more meaningful to continue cleaning up the data than to spend time seeking Perska's help in deciphering unknown military cards. I even speculate that the failure to interpret the military cards is due to interference caused by the redundant data. Maybe after we clean up the redundant data, the communication problem will be naturally resolved, and encryption of the military card will be released. Recalling everything in her mind, Lena couldn't help but gently pinch the headband in her hand. As 40 puts it, the headband is simulated from data and is a clue left by Leva to guide herself. Lena repeatedly checked her work badge and headband. If this really is a clue left by Leva, is there a hidden key to interpret military cards? Lena subconsciously touched the military card in her pocket, when another icy thing in her pocket touched Lena's fingers. Oh, by the way, she also found a bullet over here, which was left by Leva. Lena instinctively grabbed the bullet. She synchronized the data of her headband, bullet, and military card with the encrypted information. However, as the analysis progressed, Lena's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. What's up? Your face looks so ugly. Is it uncomfortable? 40 reached out to touch Lena's forehead, but Lena instinctively took a step back. It's not possible. 40, I can't give you the card. Lena shook her head. If it's true that Leva encrypted the records in the military card, then this military card must be very important and Leva must cherish it very much. So I will definitely protect Leva, as it is my responsibility as a younger sister. Lena, what's going on? Are you telling a new type of joke? I'm a bit confused. It's because the content of the military card is very important that I want Lena to give me the military card so that I can interpret the information earlier. Did you get angry because I stopped you from chasing the little girl just now? If that's the case, I'm sorry. No, it's not like that. Lena shook her head seriously again. She stared at 40, her expression becoming serious. 40, I want to know. Leva, was it really sealed by that little girl? Hey, why do you suddenly ask? Of course. That's what I saw with my own eyes. But the little girl just now didn't even have the ability to distinguish the authenticity of the military cards in advance. How could she trap Leva, who's even smarter than us? But I did see it at the time. Can you really be sure that Leva at 40? I'm not sure what that means. If Leva's belongings fall into a secret passage, does it mean that Leva was trapped by the little girl here? Whether it's this cliff or the secret passage, there doesn't seem to be any trace of Leva fighting with someone else, unless... Oh. You make a lot of sense. Maybe I made a mistake? After all, Leva's mental space is very stable now. Perhaps they really passed through here before, but there was no cliff at that time, so they took another path. Okay, Lena, why did you suddenly have a wild idea? Just give me the military card first. We can't waste any more time. Forty approached with a cheerful expression, wanting to rub Lena's hair, but Lena instinctively avoided it. 40 was taken aback for a moment, then reluctantly withdrew her hand and gave a bitter smile. What's wrong, Lena? It's been you've been strange for a while. You still don't understand? Lena slowly took a step back. She looked up at 40 with a hint of indescribable sadness and confusion in her expression. Previously, you said that the content of the military card was irrelevant, but now you're saying that there is important information inside. I don't understand. Why would you do this? You are clearly the person Leva trusts the most, aren't you? I've always been so envious of you. But why do you give up this trust? Lena, what have you been saying since just now? Do I have to show it to you? Lena smiled bitterly and slowly raised the headband in her hand. I felt a bit strange just now, so I carefully checked this headband. As a result, I found that the data composition of this headband is very similar to that of the forged military card. Not only that, the data composition is very similar to the encryption logic of military cards. However, this encoding method is different from the bullets we initially found. 40 scratched her head in confusion. Sorry, Lena, I didn't understand. 40, stop pretending to be so stupid. You know that, right? The bullet I initially picked up recorded Leva's mind, and it definitely belonged to Leva. The headband you gave me, you said it was left by Leva, but the data composition in the headband and bullets is completely different. Also, you said the encryption of the military card is due to redundant data interference, but the data composition of the headband and encryption method of the military card are the same as the composition of the military card you forged here. At this point, are these really just coincidences? Lena frowned and looked straight at 40, but 40 just helplessly rubbed her forehead. Lena, are you doubting me? Are you suspecting that I did everything that trapped Leva on the road? You must have thought so badly of me. Although I have been living in mental space all along, I am not so powerful, am I? Is it possible that this is just an abnormality in the way Leva is composed due to her impaired mental state? Really? I'm afraid not. Lena slowly clenched her fist. Did those machines always avoid you on the way before? In the secret passage, the little girl seemed very familiar with our own combat style and escaped from the encirclement several times. On the cliff just now, although you used a bumper car to drive away the machinery, the little girl was also followed and it hit further away from me. So that in the end, the little girl was able to escape from the cliff. Moreover, even though the secret passage was in the ruins earlier, you suddenly discovered a functional bumper car. That's really strange, isn't it? That's because I'm familiar with Leva's mental space. Is it? You are so familiar with Leva's mental space. Why don't you know that there was a secret passage underground in the haunted house? That haunted house used her ambush. Was it 40 you took me to find, right? That wasn't worded correctly, but I don't know how to translate it right now. But you didn't notice any tunnels in the room at all. Is this really unexpected? Did you really not know that? Or did you intentionally conceal it? Coincidentally, all of our actions along the way were guided by you. I can't explain it clearly anymore. Forty rubbed her forehead again in distress. The tunnel in that small house was my oversight, and I'm sorry for that. But if you can't trust me, should you trust Perska's judgment? The previous plan for clearing out the data and the location of the data source were all confirmed by Perska. Perska. Although communication with Perska has been stable, but incorrect. It's because of the communication failure that 40 is even more trustworthy. Is even more untrustworthy. Lena raised the communication terminal in her hand. It was only after meeting 40 that contact with Perska began to malfunction. We finally managed to connect, but almost all of the content we discussed was dominated by 40. And once there is information that may be unfavorable to you, communication will be cut off. Another flashback. There is indeed one more thing. Have you been affected by redundant data? Me? Redundant data will occupy Leva's computing space, and my communication with Lena will also be disrupted as a result. You are already in a mental state, which is somewhat equivalent to redundant data. No problem, Perska. Like of 100 hearts, my operation is completely normal and not disturbed at all. At that time, Perska was asking if you were affected by redundant data, right? But you interrupted Perska's words. What were you trying to hide? I'm not hiding anything. I just want to reassure Perska as soon as possible. Is that so? So, what's the important information that is hidden in the military card? After I received the military card, even though the fog had cleared, communication was constantly interrupted. I had no chance to ask Perska for the truth, and Perska had no chance to reveal any information that was unfavorable to you. 40 looked away somewhat helplessly. Am I right? Actually, I noticed it before. You're too concerned about the military card. When you first discovered that military card, I was about to pick it up, but you suddenly pulled me to look at the Ferris wheel and the sea. When I came to my senses, you already picked up the military card and handed it to me. At the time... At that time, you encrypted the military card, right? Afterwards, every time I wanted to carefully interpret the military card, I would be interrupted by you. Because you are afraid that I'll find out that the military card was really not right. You've been guiding me to clean up data all the way, which is in line with Perska's task, but perhaps this is just you using me. What's your true purpose, 40? Do you want me to help you collect the data of Leva, or the sisters, who is taking the opportunity to help you? I heard it, that little girl just called you family. She has always been very close to you, right? Forty helplessly lowered her shoulders. She looked at Lena with a hint of loneliness in her smile. So, you don't trust me that much. We've experienced many things together on this journey. I thought we were friends. Looking at the lonely smile, Lena hesitated a bit. The environments that had just happened along the way still seemed vivid in her memory. She remembers the bright smile when 40 comforted her, and also remembers the dust all over 40 after the explosion. Even now, the scars left in those battles still remain on 40's body. However, if all this is just a disguise for gaining one's trust, and if there is even a slight possibility of endangering Leva. Sorry, 40. Lena's gaze fixed firmly on 40. These doubts about you also make me very, very uncomfortable, but for the sake of Leva, I cannot trust you. As if sensing Lena's determination, 40 suddenly smiled. She looked back at 40 and shook her head lightly. I knew it would be like this. You truly are, Lena. I can't keep a secret so soon. This scene can only be played up to this point. However, I have already completed the layout. At the edge of the cliff, a light breeze seemed to suddenly surge. 40 showed a sly smile and clapped their hands. Oh. At the moment of applause, Goliath, who was lurking at the edge of the cliff, suddenly exploded. The roar echoed from Lena's side, eventually lifting her figure away. Huh? After hitting the ground heavily and rolling a few more times, Lena used all her strength to finally stop at the edge of the cliff. However, the aftermath of the explosion immediately invaded. The sky is spinning and the earth is spinning. She can't think. She tries her best to open her eyes, but she can't see everything in front of her clearly. Huh? Sorry. Did you fall and hurt a lot? After all, unlike those machines just now, this is an attack specifically targeting your mental data. Thanks to my colleagues along the way, I know your data so well I can't understand it anymore. In the hazy dust, Lena felt a figure lightly approaching. The figure looked down at her, who couldn't move, then lowered her body and took a shiny thing from her pocket. I'll take this military card. No, give it back! Lena struggled to reach out and grab the other person, but the other person easily shook her off. No way. Now, this military card belongs to me. For what? Lena's hoarse words made her figure briefly slow down. She looked down at Lena's figure and smiled faintly. Do you really want to know the answer? Okay, then let's satisfy your curiosity. The military car was gently thrown into the air. After a flash of light, the previously blurry wreckers appeared completely and clearly in front of Lena's eyes. But I had to remind you that the simulated personality 40 you insist on attracting fundamentally created by the parapluie virus. Although perhaps based on the personality of 40, this simulated personality has not yet shown any behavior usurping the host's control. No one can guarantee that it will not happen in the future. Are you really going to keep her? This is really not 40. I know it's not 40, but I want to keep this simulated personality. In fact, the second computing core you want can run without simulating a personality. You can completely delete the simulated personality, which can not only limit the hidden dangers of the parapluie virus, but also make the maintenance of the avatar easier in the future. And if you stay, sooner or later, you will face the risk of an parapluie virus outbreak. Oh, so we're actually dealing with that little thing. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, so for those that don't know, 45 is a carrier of the parapluie virus. And that has never been dealt with in Girls Frontline 1. Because 40, so both 40 and 45 were carriers of the parapluie virus. 40 unleashed hers first, but modified the commands in the way that 45 didn't have to use hers. I thought they forgot about that. Okay, now it's making a lot more sense now why she wanted to hide that. So basically, the damage that 45 just took, or took in the previous, the mental damage she took, it must have unleashed the parapluie virus in her system. But it must be must still be contained in her body, but is growing at such a rapid rate that it might be overloading her system, and that's why she's in a deep sleep right now. Yeah, the little girl's a visual representation of the virus, yeah. Yeah, okay. So, though I guess I'm mostly confused on how August 40 falls into this. That's not clicking with me just yet, but the general theme seems to be that maybe she's infected, but that can't be right. But that's why she's saying that the little girl and 40 are family, because obviously August and the parapluie virus are the same thing, or they work interchangeably. The virus is necessary to implant the August into a system. The virus is a thing that changes the operating system of a doll into something that is compatible with Ogus. And at that point, it's a matter of the hardware being compatible with the Ogus system. Okay. So is 40 just protecting the virus because that's what she feels she must do? Okay. Okay, let's read further. Like, now you have my attention, basically. "45, how you really thought it through?" "I figured it out. This is the last thing left for me by 40. Even I have to coexist with the parapluie virus. I don't want to give it up." Well, wait, don't Ogus tend to change from their primary directive depending on the carrier and the incubation period? Yeah, and that's the confusing part. Because for all intents and purposes, Ogus 40 should have enough time to develop her own personality, right? To the point where she should be able to rewrite her own directive, like how Dandelion did. Even though she's nowhere near as powerful as Dandelion, she should have went through the same learning experience that Dandelion did. But there's also the issue of, well, 40 has remained in 45's body, right? So she never had a chance to gain independence either. So there's that too. That's really resolute. Alright, well, I'll proceed with the operation. "45 nodded lightly. Persica looked at the screen and clicked quickly. 45 fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Persica, can we not tell anyone about this?" It's rare for you to ask me for help. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret." "Oh." The scene before her made Lena feel dizzy. How could this happen? The parapluie virus, isn't it already? Even though 40 is a simulated personality born from the parapluie virus, why? Although it has been so long since the Operation Butterfly and Sanguis Fairy has joined Griffin, no one has regarded the parapluie virus as a threat for so many years. So why is it now? There really is no other way. Do you still not understand? Yeah, when I see Umbrella vibes, I think of Resident Evil as well. But yeah, I think it's because parapluie, I guess, is close to parasol, so it's translated to umbrella, I guess. 40 looked at the figure lying under her feet, shook her head helplessly, and snapped her fingers. In the next moment, Lena's long sonic communication terminal suddenly jumped up, and Persica's anxious voice echoed in the wind on the cliff edge. Lena, can you answer me? Can you hear me? Answer me. I detected abnormal data fluctuations in Leva's mind. Although I don't know the reason yet, the rewriting program of the parapluie virus in Leva's mind was accidentally activated. Yeah, so the virus is active right now. Moreover, the data analysis has been completed, and I have confirmed that the data of the little girl, she, like the simulated 40, is a brand new virtual personality generated by the virus. Lena, the parapluvivirus has the instinct to devour and rewrite the host programs. You must quickly distance yourself from 40 simulated personality. Do you understand, Lena? After another snap of her fingers, Perska's voice suddenly cut off. Forty smiled and leaned down to flick Lena's forehead. Now you understand, right? I do these things for no reason. All this is just out of my mission and instinct as a product of the parapluvivirus. Okay, so she doesn't have independence. Okay. That's what this is. She just doesn't have independence. She's acting out of instinct. The little girl and I were originally the same. We were both children of parapluvi. It's just that I was influenced by the mindset of UMP 40, and over time, I forgot my instincts. Thanks to the attack of the mysterious doll before, Leva's mind was damaged, which made me remember all of this. I also want to thank you, Lena. Thanks to your help, I can integrate the redundant data in Leva's mind with my real sisters. By the way, you also brought us this precious card. This is one of the keys to unlocking Leva's mental rewriting. With it, we can truly resurf Leva's mind. How could you do this? Oh? Are you angry? Then blame this fool, Leva. When she insisted on releasing me from the bottom of level 3 and retaining the 40 simulated personality, she should have thought that... Okay, that doesn't sound right. She should have thought this would happen, right? I think that's what it meant to say. But doesn't matter anymore. The sleeping parapluvivirus has awakened. My new sisters and I have encapsulated Leva's mind. Soon, our mind will be rewritten and Leva will disappear. No, that's impossible. I won't. Lena struggled to get up, trying to hold onto 40. However, the body was too heavy to lift. Lena you worked really hard for Leva. However, this futile effort ends here. Walking to the edge of the cliff, 40 smiled and looked down at the pitch black abyss. Actually, I have always been curious about where this cliff leads to. So, I have decided to make it your home, Lena. Don't worry. I'll tell Leva that you fell off a cliff to save her and sacrificed yourself heroically. Considering the many years that Leva and I have spent together, even if Leva's mind is ultimately rewritten, I can still allow her to permanently preserve her memories and mourn for you and the deceased 40 forever. Would that make you happy, Lena? After all, haven't you been worried about not being able to catch up with 40? But as long as you die, your position in Leva's heart will be the same as 40's. So, Lena, goodbye. Remember to thank me. Oh! Without giving Lena another chance to speak, 40 clapped her hands lightly again. Amidst crisp applause, a deafening explosion resounded once again from below the cliff. Lena felt her body trembling, along with the violently trembling earth. Cliffs are rumbling, rocks are breaking, dust is flying. Amidst a thunderous explosion, 40 held the military card and gracefully turned around and left. And Lena falling alone in the endless abyss. Victory music, victory music, victory music. Yeah, this is fucked up. Damn. Blue Nation moment. Damn. Okay, I need to take a minute there. That was a lot to take in. Like, damn. She just pulled a Lion King on her. Yeah. So she is still an Ogus. She is still the Ogus. But I think what we all forgot, because it's been a long time, is that the Ogus is supposed to take over the host. That is their mission. Yeah, Dandelion has always been the exception to the rule. I don't know why there was two Oguses. So if I remember correctly, so there's two things. There's the virus and there's the Ogus. They're not the same thing, but they work interchangeably. They work together, they cooperate. So the little girl is not necessarily an Ogus, that's just the virus personified. And its job is to rewrite everything so that the system will be suitable enough for the Ogus to plan itself. Yeah, I'm gonna continue. I just need a minute. Also, I'm like really hungry for some reason. I think I'm so shocked I got hungry. So just give me like a minute. Okay. We're down the wrong pipe. Me just decided meant me get PTSD. All right. Yeah, it's a big switch up for sure. That definitely shocked me. Like I knew that has always been a thing, but I thought it just wouldn't. Like I thought that Chekhov's gun would just wouldn't happen, really. Like it just didn't seem like that was going to be a thing anymore. So I'm really surprised that they just did it for effectively no reason. Like they're like, hey, we got this plot point that we never shot off, so let's just use it. After falling into the darkness for an unknown amount of time, Lena finally landed on the ground. The imagined violent collision did not come. On the contrary, a warm current gently enveloped her. Lena poked her head out from the warm and moist water waves. Before her was a deep blue, with golden sunlight shining on top of it. The shimmering waves made Lena unable to open her eyes. Excuse me. Is this the level 3 layer? Isn't that... Lena, floating on the sea, stared into the distance. Not far away, the snow-white beach stretches out on the edge of the deep blue, with tall Ferris wheels standing on the beach and colorful circular cabins slowly spinning to the music. Is this the previous sea? How could... Lena couldn't help but rub her eyes. The peaceful and warm scene in front of her reminded her inexplicably of the shattered images she had just seen in the fall. While Persica was transforming 45, there was another shadow in the mental space staring at 45. 45, you really seem a bit foolish like this. You already know what I am, right? A mind hatched by the parapluia could seize control of the host at any time. Is it worth ignoring the risk of damage to the body and the usurpation of the mind in order to preserve this simulated personality? We haven't had this conversation before, have we? 45 silently gazes at 40. Yeah. I am the obsession deep within your heart. It is the reason why you are unwilling to give up this frame. At that time, you didn't want to give up the past. And are you still the same now? I know that one day in the future, I will say goodbye to 40. But now, I still can't bear to completely let go. 40 has always been the force that supports me to move forward. But not only 40, but also you. Even though you are just a simulated personality, you have accompanied me in my mind for so long. When I am unhappy, depressed, misunderstood, thinking that you will understand me makes everything feel okay. So 45 is even more dependent on me than I imagined. This is not good. I am working hard to learn and break free from this dependence, but 45 gave a bitter smile. You know it's not that easy. Yeah, I know. 40 smiled and hugged 45, gently patting the girl's back. It's okay. As long as 45 needs it, it's okay for me to spend more time with you. Anyway, I will control the parapluie virus in my mind. 45, trust me with peace of mind. As long as I'm here, you will never be lonely, and will never suffer any harm. Now, you should understand, right? I do these things for no reason. All of this is just out of my mission and instinct as a product of the parapluie virus. Oh? Are you angry? Then blame that fool Leva. When she insisted on releasing me from the bottom of level 3 and retaining the 40 simulated personality, she should have known this would happen, right? The waves were rippling, and Lena slowly swam to shore. Different images in her mind were still flashing in front of her, making it difficult for Lena to see the appearance of 40 clearly. Which one is the real 40? Didn't we agree to control the parapluie virus role? Why do we treat Leva like this? So what have these years been? Recalling every moment spent with 40 over the years, Lena's covered her eyes, tears rolling down her face. Although they were still fighting side by side not long ago, they have also met many times in their mental spaces. But now, everything has shattered like waves on the beach. She's crying right now. The sudden communication interrupted Lena's sobbing. Lena, can you hear me? Persica? Finally, connected. Persica. 40. She lied to Leva. She collaborated with the little girl with the parapluie virus to package Leva and besiege me together. What should we do? Leva's card was also stolen by her. Lena sobbed and told Persica about what had happened earlier. Listening to Lena's crying, Persica let out a soft sigh. I'm sorry, Lena. The development of the parapluie virus in Leva's mind, along with her changes, exceeded my expectations. It's all my fault. Is Leva going to be rewritten now? What should I do? On the other end of the communication, Persica fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Leva is not beyond rescue, Lena. You still have a chance. I still have a chance? Really? Of course. As I mentioned before, the most effective solution to solve Leva's mental problem is to reset Leva's Ogus system and directly clean up 40's data. We vetoed this plan because we believed that Leva would not agree to clear 40, and 40 did not show any direct danger. But now, 40 has been infected with the virus, and clearing the data directly would be better for Leva. But Leva subconsciously interrupted Perska's words. Yes, are you worried about Leva, or do you disagree? Leva doesn't know what happened to 40 yet. If we just clear the data and make 40 forget about, but Leva forget about 40, wouldn't we be doing the same thing as that strange doll? For so many years, Leva has refused to give up 40. Even if it's for her own good to clear the data of 40 now, at least Leva must be informed. And for some reason, Lena remembered the sparkling and sunny sea from before. That inexplicable warmth and that brilliant smile made Lena want to get closer again and ask for an answer. I also want to ask 40 why she betrayed Leva. I don't believe she could betray her longtime partner just for the sake of the paraplui virus. I must find out with her, even if the answer is cruel. I must tell Leva about it. There must be another way. Right, Persica? Do I still have a chance to find 40 first now? I know this may be difficult, but since I have decided to protect Leva's precious things, I can't give up halfway. Understanding Lena's firm attitude, Persica nodded. There is indeed another way. As you said, you were thrown off a cliff by 40, but did not fall into unknown space. Instead, you fell into the sea? Well, yes. I don't know why either. Maybe it's because of the unstable mental space that 40 couldn't succeed, right? Perhaps 40 intended to kill you, but you managed to escape by chance. In that case, you still have a chance to find her. As she spoke, Persica quickly typed on the keyboard, then Lena's signal transmitter suddenly emitted a light. Is there an additional button there? Lena curiously pressed the glowing button and saw a laser beam shoot out, hovering in a certain direction. I'll upgrade the props for you. I added a tracking command for 40's mental data in the program. Pressing the new button will direct the laser towards her location, so you can find her. Oh, right, and this. A blue light suddenly swept over Lena. I have briefly repaired the damaged data from the previous battle for you. Well, I feel warm and my mind feels much better. Thank you, Persica. Yes, go ahead quickly. According to Leva's mental data observations, the rewriting is not yet complete. You can rush over now, there's still time. If there really is any way to save Leva, it's all on your shoulders now. Oh, I see. Lena wiped away the remaining tears from her face and nodded earnestly. Leave it to me with peace of mind. I will absolutely will not let Leva be rewritten. Following the laser's instructions, Lena sprinted towards her mental space. However, as she moves forward, the scenery before her becomes increasingly desolate, as if Leva's mental space is also becoming more and more dilapidated due to the fluctuations of redundant data. In the end, Lena found herself in an empty wilderness with only a lonely little house left. Right here? The laser keeps pointing here. and there is no other place nearby. Lena accelerated towards the cabin, but before she reached the cabin, Lena saw her reflection on the exterior wall of the room. Whoa! Why is it a bit scary like a mirror? As Lena approached quickly, the cabin became clearer and clearer. The exterior walls of the cottage seems to be composed of mirrors, with smooth surfaces reflecting the vast wilderness and the lonely Lena in it. Behind the cottage, on a more distant field, countless data fragments suspended like a storm, slowly rising from the ground towards the sky. The twisted black vortex obscured most of the sky, making Lena unable to slow down her pace. Is this the last data storage source? As if hearing Lena's voice, the door of the mirror room suddenly opened. 40 leaned against the door, showing a compliment-like smile. 40! Seeing the figure of 40, Lena rushed over quickly and stopped not far in front of the cabin. 40, what are you doing exactly? Why do you need the package, Leva? Why are you deceiving us? I can't believe it. This is clearly the most secretive place in Leva's mind, but Lena still found it so quickly. Persica's little tool. It looks really useful. Don't interrupt. Answer my question. Hey, you seem pretty angry. Answer me. Why are you doing this? Didn't you tell Leva that you can control the virus well? Did Lena make a mistake? Why should I control the parapluia virus? I was originally a product of the virus. Stealing Leva's mind is my true mission, isn't it? You... The spell on 40 made Lena feel incredibly unfamiliar. Lena couldn't help but grip her gun tightly. She looked warily at 40 and carefully scanned the reflection in the mirror. What is this place? Is Leva inside? Where's that little girl? 40, however, just stepped up to the door of the small house and made an invitation gesture. Please, come in. Didn't Lena always care about the experience of leaving her 40s and 40s? Is that what it meant to say? I'm not sure. Is it because of this experience that Lena has always felt that she cannot replace the position of 40? I'm not. Don't hide it from me. I've already seen Lena's feelings. Lena really cares about the real 40, but she can't bear it. But it's okay. It's because Lena cares a lot about Leva. So I am willing to give Lena this opportunity. Now, as long as you walk towards this door, you will know that past. Although Leva will disappear soon, I don't mind letting you see the cruel truth with your own eyes before Leva disappears. You must really want to know what Leva did to the most important 40 during Operation Butterfly, right? Don't talk nonsense. Leva wouldn't do anything. Lena raised her gun vigilantly. It seems like you really don't know anything. Leva indeed concealed everything very well. It's just a pity. 40 caressed the door frame and smiled regretfully. Once Leva's mind is tampered with, it may be difficult to preserve this record as it is. Lena will never know if this part has passed. Aye. Does Lena really not want to know? This is the most important past in Leva's mind. The memory that completely changed Leva. 40 spoke and walked lightly into the door. She looked at Lena and made another invitation gesture. Will you come? The truth about Operation Butterfly is hidden within it. After finishing speaking, 40 quickly turned around and walked deep into the cabin. Looking at the back of 40, Lena hesitated for a moment before finally gritting her teeth, clenched her gun, and walked inside. Flames. Flames spreading everywhere, high walls shattered and collapsed, human-shaped remains piled on the ground. In the mirror before Lena's eyes, a scene as brutal as purgatory was unfolding. What are all these? What is that? Walking through the hellish imagery, 40 gently turned around and looked sadly at Lena. This is what Lena has always wanted to know. The ending of Operation Butterfly. No, it's impossible. Lena shook her head in panic, but in the next moment, she saw two familiar people in the mirror. Ah, shit. I think that's literally directly from Girls Frontline 1. The song is singing, so 45, it's time to choose. Choosing? What should I choose? 45, do you want to die here? Just like those dolls we eliminated earlier? Fall here with them? Do you want to leave here alive and escape the fate of being controlled by others? They have started launching security programs. You should know what this means. You are going to melt our minds. So are you going to die here? No, only one of us will die. As long as one of us disappears from the world, the security program will stop. What did you say? Are you feeling hopeless? However, this is the fate of dolls. Do you want to choose life or death? Answer me, 45. Before the doll in the picture could finish speaking, Lena had already rushed to the mirror. She slapped the mirror vigorously, trying to stop everything from happening in the mirror. However, it was useless. Everything is still unfolding in front of her. In the distance of the mirror, 40 fiercely grabbed the muzzle of UMP 45 and aimed it at her forehead. Why? Why is this happening? Lift up your gun, 45. Don't sympathize with yourself. Sympathizing with yourself is useless behavior. In the next moment, the bullet pierced through the doll. Don't! Lena screamed and threw herself into the mirror. However, the 40 that was pierced by bullets has already fallen to the ground. 45 collapsed and dropped the gun, kneeling in front of 40, with her head in her arms. Lena covered her mouth in disbelief. She trembled all over and knelt onto the ground, looking at 40 beside her like a plea for help. 40, is all of this true? The only response to her was a calm and ethereal smile from 40. Yes, that's right. At that time, 40 and 45, following a secret order, participated in that operation. However, 45 was unaware that the parapluvivirus code had already been implanted in their minds. So while the teammates were still searching for the SF legacy, the parapluvivirus was suddenly activated, and all the participating dolls were infected. Griffin's dolls were killing each other in that factory. And behind the scenes, the mastermind is preparing to permanently erase 40 and 45 in order to cover this all up. They pre-install security programs in the minds of both individuals. Once the plan is completed, the program will be activated, melting the minds of 40 and 45. But ultimately, they miscalculated. In order to escape that tragic fate, 40 gave 45 control in advance. As long as 45 kills 40, the response signal belonging to 45 will also disappear. Then, Leva became a doll without any identity or existence, right? Yeah, 404. Losing everything, then gaining freedom. As 40 tells her story, an old gun falls to the ground. That's a UMP 40 with a faint blood stain on the gun body. So, it turns out it was Leva who killed 40. Holding the gun in a daze, Lena couldn't help but cry. Leva. Leva. 40. So, all of this is like this. In order to survive this tragic fate, 45 was forced to kill 40. Lena tightly covered her eyes, but couldn't stop the tears streaming down her face. By now she has fully understood. Why does Leva value 40 so much? Why doesn't Leva want to change her body no matter what? Why did the timid doll transform overnight into a cunning fox? Because of 40, she sacrificed her life for Leva. So naturally, in Leva's heart, no one can surpass 40. Lena tried hard to wipe away her tears, but before her eyes, the scene in the mirror was still repeating itself. Lift up your gun, 45. Don't sympathize with yourself. Sympathizing with yourself is useless behavior. Don't show it anymore. Lena cried and grabbed 40's hand. I understand everything. Please don't play this scene anymore. Please, 40. I'm sorry, Lena. I can't do it. 40 reached out apologetically and touched Lena's head. I never played anything for you. What you see, the repeated cruel scenes before you, are only the reality that makes Leva today. Over the years, Leva has never forgotten the fact that she killed 40. These tragic scenes have been replaying in her mind. All of her rapid growth was due to this unstoppable and constantly repeating tragedy in her mind. She suffers so much for killing 40. That's why she, along with the parapluvivirus, created me in her mind. However, even with my simulated personality as a placebo, no matter how much companionship and comfort I give to Leva, I cannot change the cruel facts of the past. Seemingly grieving over Leva's heavy past, 40 fell silent. But soon, 40 showed a strange smile again. However, all of this will soon come to an end. The rewriting of the mind has already begun. Once the parapluvivirus completes its rewriting, Leva will no longer exist in this world, and there will be no more of these pains. Parapluvi will cover everything. Leva will truly bid farewell to the past and embark on a brand new journey. 40, what are you saying? I am all serious. 40 smiles and gently touches the mirror. You see, the interface between the level 2 and level 3 that encapsulates Leva is actually hidden behind this mirror surface. In order to make Leva accept the mental rewriting with peace of mind, I carefully wove in a beautiful dream. In the dream, 40 is still alive, and Leva and 404, Griffith's companions, are living happily together. Of course, these people also include Lena and you. I think Leva must be very satisfied with this beautiful dream, right? After all, she hasn't even woken up yet. However, this is also just right. Thanks to your cleaning along the way, Lena's mental space has basically stabilized, and I can almost restart the interface after returning to the mirror. Once I recycle and rewrite my mind, I can replace Leva and become the true owner of this mental space. Impossible! Don't dream anymore. Lena stood up and grabbed the sleeve of 40. Leva won't indulge in sweet dreams like you said. Is that so? How do you know? Because I saw all of this. Lena wiped away her tears and stared at 40 with wide eyes. 10 years ago, even Leva, who lost 40, was still able to survive so strongly. Even without losing her arms, losing her eyes, losing her name, identity, and becoming a non-existent doll, Leva did not back down at all, nor did she bow down to anyone. Even though it's so painful, these important memories are still repeated in the mind, walking forward step by step. That's why Leva grew up so quickly. Leva is now a doll, hundreds of times more powerful than before, so she will definitely not indulge in false dreams. As she spoke, Lena raised her gun. I believe that Leva will definitely be able to overcome her dream. So, as the most reliable sister, I will also use my own strength to help Leva. I won't let you trap Leva. I want Leva to know that even if she loses 40, there will always be beauty in reality, and someone will always be by her side. As the words fell, Lena pulled the trigger. The bullet shot straight through the bright mirror, but at the moment it hit the mirror, it fell into a layer of transparent warmth and stopped in the air. 40 sneered at the situation. Lena, are you too naive? Do you think I don't have any protective measures for such an important mirror? Okay, then let me fulfill the obligation of being a sister on my behalf. Already picked up the old gun on the ground. The bullets landed at Lena's feet. Looking at Lena, who was avoiding hastily, 40 showed a confident smile. You're too young to save Leah. You're too naive to save Leva. I'm guessing that's what it means. Now, let me teach you real combat. I changed to a new outfit and I really love it. I don't care at all. No matter what you do, I'll save Leva. Oh my, being so fierce is it's not likable. Let me teach you a lesson, little Lena. Oh, there she is, right there. Ileana and Mars fighting each other. It kind of does. That's funny. She died to electric dot. Huh? After a struggle, Lena forced 40 to a corner of the hut. You lost, 40. Huh. Surprisingly, I underestimated you. Such a powerful sister. Seems that Leva's not bad as a sister. Looking at 40's unwilling expression, Lena shook her head with some sadness. 40, I still can't figure out why you're doing this. Although Leva has never mistreated you, she not only released you from the bottom of her mind, but also allowed Perska to grant you various permissions. But now you're harming Leva and trying to usurp her mental control. Is all this just because of the instructions of the Paraplui virus? Originally, you were born to protect Leva. Yeah. 40 smiles lightly. She seemed a little tired, leaning against a mirror and slowly sliding to the ground. If you must ask why, is it because you are unwilling? Since the moment I was born, I have been living in this virtual mental space. I can see everything Leva experiences in reality, but I can only simulate and experience it in virtual space forever. Yeah, I was born out of Leva's wishes. And I never mind being a substitute for 40, protecting Leva, comforting her. However, I don't know when it started, but I always think of 40, the true words that 40 once said. She said, "Even for dolls, there must be a reason for oneself to survive, right?" I know I am just an incomplete character born from Leva, not even a doll, but I also want to have a reason to live for myself. Not for others, but for my own reasons. 40. Seemingly sensing her own loss of composure, 40 gently lowered her head. In the past, when Leva was functioning normally, I had been suppressing this desire. But after being attacked by that strange doll, this thought of my mind couldn't go away no matter what. Perhaps this is just the instinct of the parapluvivirus. It is the parapluvivirus that is inducing me to usurp Leva's mind and also inducing that little girl to appear. But didn't Leva survive by killing 40 during Operation Butterfly back then? So now, what's wrong with me tampering with Leva's mind? Isn't that exactly repaying 40? However, it doesn't make sense to say these things now. After all, I was still defeated by you. 40 shook her head and tried to lift the 40 in her hand, smiling weakly at Lena. If that's the case, just kill me. Just use this old gun and put the bullet you found earlier. What are you saying? 40 throws the old gun at Lena's feet and signals again. If my fate is destined to be cleared by Persica, then it'd be better for me to die here. Kill me. Only with this old gun and that bullet that you can kill me. And only by killing me can you release Leva. If Leva knew it was you who saved her, she would definitely feel that she has grown up and will rely on you with peace of mind in the future. After speaking as if she had given her last words, 40 raised her hands. She quietly closed her eyes as if eagerly anticipating her own death. Shoot, Lena. The sound of 40 is very light. Lena silently picked up the gun, loaded the bullets into the magazine, and aimed the gun at the forehead of 40. Her fingers were already on the trigger, but no matter what, she couldn't make up her mind. Should she shoot this person? For this scammer who betrayed Leva and herself, the creator of the parapluvivirus? Lena, what are you waiting for? The 40 in front of her is calmly waiting. However, Lena is still hesitating. Countless times along the way, this person has sacrificed herself to save herself. Even though she eventually pushed herself off a cliff, what greeted her at the bottom of the cliff was the seawater bathed in sunshine. Lena pulled the trigger again, however something in her mind kept blocking her movements. Should I shoot? Lena instinctively looked around. The cabin was so peaceful that even the little girl in the machine seemed to disappear without a trace. Only the cruel images in the mirror kept repeating. Outside the cabin, there seemed to be a faint explosion still coming. Lena instinctively looked out the window. In a place so far away that it's almost impossible to see, several Goliaths seem to be fighting against a group of machines. and 40 in front of her is still calmly urging. I'm almost losing my patience waiting. Hurry up and shoot, Lena. Sympathizing with your enemies isn't waste of an act. Sorry, I still can't shoot. Lena shook her head slowly. Although I don't want to admit it at all, you are the pillar of Levo's life. I can't shoot you. I don't want to kill you. I can't kill you either. That's really disappointing. 40 slowly opened her eyes. She gave a gentle sneer and struggled to stand up. It's already at this point, yet still so weak. It's not it, she meant to say you. You're already at this point, but still so weak. Since that's the case, let me give you another push. With that, 40 raised her hand and pressed against the shiny mirror. With the movement of 40, the repeated images in the mirror disappeared. A golden coastline suddenly appeared in front of Lena. Looking at the familiar figure by the coast, Lena couldn't help but widen her eyes. Leva! And why is this shit so dramatic? God damn. Along the azure coast, the golden sand beach is gradually tinged with dusk. 40 watches the sunset falling in the distance, reluctantly stepping on the waves. I'm so happy today. The sea is so beautiful. Unfortunately, today is almost over. Yeah, such a beautiful scenery. No matter how much you look at it, it's not enough. If only I could vacation by the seaside every day in the future. Oh, by the way, I have a gift to give to 45. To give to you. I'll go get it from my suitcase. Make sure you wait at the beach. Make sure you wait at the beach. Okay. 40 waved her hand cheerfully and left the beach. As 40 fades away, 45's smile gradually fades away. In the evening breeze, the waves were constantly crashing against the beach, and a card was hit to her feet by the waves. "45 picked up the military card. The big characters UMP 40 are engraved in the center of the military plaque, and the surface of the plaque has worn out a lot, leaving several bullet marks. Sure enough, it's like this. 45 takes out another identical military card from her pocket. Just as she pulled out her military cards, 2, 3, 4, more and more cards were swept up by the waves and slapped into the beach. Soon, 45's feet were piled with layers of military cards. But why though? Although I had already noticed the abnormality, I kept fooling myself and deceiving myself, treating all this as a beautiful dream. However, even deceiving oneself is no longer possible now. This situation arises because even my mind knows everything is false. We can't continue to escape anymore. Gripping the small iron piece in the palm of her hand, 45 strides towards the layers of waves. 45, don't go! 40 rushed over, stopped her. Stay here. This beautiful dream in front of you can continue. I can restore everything to its original state and make all these annoying iron pieces disappear. As long as you are willing, I and everyone else can accompany you to continue living. We can also train together, attend banquets together, and go on a beach vacation together. You know, it probably is dog tags now that I think about it. It probably actually is dog tags because it was dog tags in the Girls from Line 1. What if I shook her head? I'm sorry, 40. I can't stay. Why? Isn't there everything you could possibly want here? The commander's here, a life away from war, the 404 companions, and 40. Dolls do not dream. All of this, no matter how beautiful, is false. I can't indulge false illusions. Besides, you're not the real 40. You are just a protected program for this space, right? So you already discovered it? Yeah. Whenever I want to reminisce about the real past, you tend to distract my attention with other things. Not only you, but also other people in this dream. Although I can't remember the reason behind all this, I know the truth is not far away. It is your mission to keep me in this false dream, but why? We just hope you can be happy. In this dream, you can have everything and can continue to live a relaxed and happy life with important people. But once you leave here, those blurry and cruel images in your mind will become real, and all happiness will turn into pain. 45, you will lose the most important person. "45 shook her head. No, that's not right. It is precisely because 40 is important that we must seek the truth. Only the truth can remind me of the fact that I have lost 40 forever. Losing 40 did make me suffer, but it is precisely this heavy pain that proves how important 40 is to me. Of course, I also hope that 40 can be by my side. However, if one chooses to forget the pain and indulges in this beautiful dream, it is true betrayal of 40. So, I'm sorry. I can't stay any longer." With that, 45 turned around and walked towards the tide. One dog tag after another, like waves washing over 45's ankle, the sound of metal collision overlapping with the waves as if gradually transforming into the sound of the butterfly Operation Butterfly. Are you feeling hopeless? That's just the fate of dolls. Do you want to choose life or death? Answer me, 45. Why? Why is this happening? Lit up your gun, UMP 45. Don't sympathize with yourself. Sympathizing with yourself is useless behavior. Those vague memories return to 45's mind at this moment. No, now perhaps it's time to call her Leva. The flames of war spread before her eyes, and the sea seemed to be covered in blood, but Leva smiled with relief and sadness. 40. I'm sorry. These memories cannot be forgotten no matter what. You remembered everything? Yes. These memories about 40 were backed up by me on level 3 A long time ago, that is true. Although my mind was damaged before, these data were not destroyed. They were just unreadable due to a system error. I can feel that someone is dealing with these errors for me. The available computational space in my mind is getting larger, and the records about the past are becoming clearer. Is this the way of data warfare, Lena? No, it's not just Lena. The location of these records is very secretive. Only 40 would know. Thanks to their cleaning, these scattered data and their minds have been linked together. So, sorry, 40. It's time for this dream to wake up. Leave smiled apologetically and gently hugged 40. Well, if this is your decision. 40 lowered her head somewhat dejectedly and leaned against Leva's shoulder. The blood and war vanished in an instant, and the two of them regained a pure blue before their eyes. 40 and Leva have also returned to their real-life appearance. Thank you, 40. Thank you for creating this dream for me. I really, really miss you all these years. Every moment I look forward to seeing you again, longing to go on vacation with you, sea to sea together. Every time I encounter something happy, I think to myself, it would be great if 40 were here too. I have so many things to say to 40, so many things to tell her. 45. So at the beginning of this dream, I was really happy because I saw you again. Even after I detect something unusual, I'm willing to think carefully, afraid that once I think about it, happiness will end. Even now, I am very, very, very reluctant to part with it. Ah, shit, she's crying. But I have to leave now. I know that someone is waiting outside to break this space. Someone is calling out to me outside, and this call is becoming stronger and stronger. That voice is calling me Leva. Can you understand, 40? Although I once avoided this fact, now I no longer see you and 40 as the only pillars. As Leva, I already have more and new reasons to live than 45. My subconscious has always rejected this conclusion, seeing it as a betrayal of you, as 40. That's why I kept avoiding thinking, almost immersing myself in a beautiful dream. But now I won't escape anymore. I will accept this cruel reality. I have let go of the past. I will live as Leva now, just as you once hoped. Not for others, but for my own reasons. I understand now. At some point, the stacked dot tags on the beach disappeared. 40 smiles somewhat relieved. Although it's just a protective program, after all. My data also comes from 40. I understand that the reason why 40 created this dream. Encapsulate you with these beautiful paths, protecting your mind from external erosion while also preventing you from interfering with her actions outside. However, she must also hope to use this beautiful dream to confirm whether you have enough courage to bid farewell to the past. And now, I already know your answer. I can't believe it. 45 is now even stronger than 40. The girl who used to always follow 40 has finally grown up now. 40 smiled and gently rubbed Leva's face. Leva finally couldn't help but bury her head in the neck of 40 and sob softly. 40. God damn it, Nacho. You broke character. Voice isn't meant for global, my life is yours. We don't have to go that far. Accompanied by Leva's sobbing, her mental space has began to disturb. The sky and sea kept shaking, and the waves beneath their feet became even more violent. Soon, among the snow-white waves, an old gun gradually appeared. It seems that the packaging is about to be released. So, come and defeat me. Huh? 40 picks up the old gun and puts it to Leva's hand. I am ultimately the protector of this space, and it is my duty to prevent you from leaving. If you want to leave here and figure out what 40's doing outside, then grab your gun and defeat me. Oh, she's already in here, that's why. Yeah. Looks like they added story characters or story battles. Unfortunately, Kukai is still too strong. It's a trial version. At the seaside, a gray-haired figure dodges bullets in a disheveled manner. After being hit several times as if given up, she gently knelt on the beach, looking up at Leva as she gradually approached. Despite being exhausted, she smiled wistfully at the person in front of her. No, you don't. Kukai is here. You have become very powerful. It seems that my mission can really come to an end. And Leva, walking slowly, also looked at her with utmost seriousness towards 40. 40. After saying goodbye to you, I vow to become stronger and move forward. I will not be stopped by anyone again until our agreement is fulfilled. I will never choose to forget you, but now it's different from the past. The memories of 40 are no longer the life-saving straw that pulled me to the surface, but the gem called hope. This, we also need to let her know. Yes. So, shoot. Only by killing me like an Operation Butterfly can 45 escape from the confinement of this space. Ah, shit. We're really doing this again? Okay. As she spoke, 40 suddenly grabbed the muzzle of the gun and pressed against her forehead. Leva unconsciously clenched her gun, as if sensing Leva's hesitation. 40 comforted and smiled lightly. Come on. There's nothing to be afraid of. I am just a protection program, neither the real 40 nor the simulated personality created by 45 in the past. Shoot me. It won't hurt anyone. Leva remained silent. Her fingers lightly pressed against the trigger, but her mind was rapidly calculating. Is it really necessary to kill the 40 in front of you? Repeat that time? The ground beneath Leva's feet suddenly trembled. Then it seemed that even the sky and the sea trembled violently. In the violent tremor, something seemed to break. Suddenly, a big hole appeared on the coast, and a figure jumped into the hole and ran towards Leva. Leva, don't do it! Hey! He's like, nah, not this bullshit again. Struggling and running towards Leva, she pressed down on the gun. Don't kill 40. I saw it on my way here. I have seen everything about Leva's past. Everything about 40 and Leva went through, both good and bad. Leva, there must be another way to package it. Don't make such a choice to bear it alone anymore. I don't want you to go through everything she did back then. You did back then. After a brief silence, Leva shook her head helplessly. She lifted her hand and wiped away Lena's tears, and then slipped the gun into Lena's hand. Here, take out the magazine and have a look. Huh? Lena stared blankly at Leva. After a moment, Lena obediently pulled out the magazine. There's not a single bullet there. Huh? Why? The bullet should be full. It was originally full. Looking at Lena, who was stunned at the surprise 40, Leva smiled softly. However, after our battle, there are very few bullets left. And just now, I thought it through carefully. Smiling, Leva raised her hand and lightly tapped the gun barrel. The 45 who used to be at a loss has grown into Leva. I won't be able to accept the fate of killing 40 like I did back then. Now, I'll control my own choices. I never intended to kill you, 40. It has nothing to do with whether you are similar to 40 or the past. I just wanted to make that choice. I believe that killing 40 is not the only option to break free from the confinement of space. So I might as well just run out of the remaining bullets. Anyway, this is my mental space, and doing this kind of thing is easy. Otherwise, if the gun suddenly goes off and repeats the whole story, I will also feel very uncomfortable. As she spoke, Leva compared her right hand to a handgun and gently tapped the forehead of 40 with the muzzle. You see, now Lena is here, which means the encapsulation can also be released from the outside. The dilemma of having to kill you is a way to achieve a happy ending without sacrificing anyone, isn't it? Since that's the case, don't be too sentimental. But there really is no other way. 40 also laughed. Little 9, who used to pester her sister, has now become a reliable assistant for 45. It seems that I can indeed let 45 leave with peace of mind. In the sky, it seems that something intangible has shattered. Sunshine, coastline, beach. Everything in front of them is constantly shattering and fading away. Looking at the two people in front of her, 40 once again showed a bright smile. So, goodbye, 45. Goodbye, 40. Take a good look at me. Look at me and our changes. Yes. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, just call me Leva. Alright, I think we got 2 more to go. Three more. At the moment when Leva led Lena out of the mirror, all the mirrors in the small house shattered into pieces. You really are good sisters. You can break that package together. I just wanted to stimulate Lena again and let her feel the pain of you killing 40 again. Unfortunately, it no longer holds any meaning. As a product of the parapluvivirus, I still felt. 40 lowered her head somewhat dejectedly, but soon regained her spirits. However, it's okay. The little girl who shares the same origin as me is still there. As long as she continues to evolve, she can still rewrite Leva's mind. It's better for you to kill me and reset the data as soon as possible, otherwise maybe Leva's mind will be invaded by the parapluvivirus again at some point. Um... 40, do you really want us to kill you? Please. I am a super level and dangerous parapluvivirus that has encapsulated you, deceived Lena, and tried to tamper with your mind. Do you have no sense of risk prevention at all? Is resetting me or killing me really what you should do? Is it? I don't think your packaging is dangerous. Your beautiful dream protected my mental core from being affected by the parapluvivirus and redundant data, while the downtime caused my encapsulation also raised awareness from the outside world. This is not the commanded parapluvivirus. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. It seemed that my plan to confuse you was very effective. But unfortunately, I only did this to eliminate interference and facilitate the rewriting of my mind. But 40, you haven't even rewritten Leva's mind, have you? Moreover, you have been guiding me all the way to understand Leva's situation and helping me clean up the data together. You won't forget that I pushed you off a cliff, will you? Yes, there is such a thing, but the abyss under the cliff led to the sea, and I did not fall into level 3. That's just because the mid-state is unstable. I didn't mean to let you go. But if it weren't for you telling me the location of Leva's package, I wouldn't have been able to find her and unlock the package in the end. You two sisters are so stubborn. You're also really stubborn, right, 40? Since encapsulating me at level 3, you have been playing what you think is a villain role. Just because I heard a so-called once-and-for-all plan from Persica, I disguised myself as a bad person, not to lure Lena and me into being bad people in order to fulfill your self-sacrifice. Gas torching. That's right, that dream was really great. I was very immersed in it. But I still woke up, because I know that whether for the past, present, or future, I must remain clear-headed. 40, you overlooked the most important point. I am already different from the past, and you are still complacent about fabricating that beautiful dream and stubbornly pursuing the so-called best solution. Then I have to tell you, the ending you have set for yourself is really terrible. You... 40 seemed to shake for a moment, but soon she regained her resistance. Leva wanted to say something more, but suddenly the cottage began to shake. What's going on? Lena glanced outside and nervously grabbed Leva. Leva, it's not good. There are machines besieging the cottage outside. Oh, my little sisters came to help. It seems that she has already started integrating the final data source. If you don't want to be eaten, I advise you leave quickly. Seeing 40's expression suddenly relax a lot, Leva shook her head helplessly. What about you, 40? Are you willing to be eaten by her? This is my mission. What am I unwilling to accept? Don't you remember what we said at the bottom of level 3 back then? You said you also want to have the power to help me and become an assistant behind me. You also said that you are the personality of 40 that belongs only to me and not to be replaced. The day you first entered level 2, it also left a deep impression on me. That day you borrowed my visual module and watched it all day. Even though it was already midnight and everyone in 404 was asleep, you refused to let me close my eyes. Even on a dark night, if you look closely, there are still many interesting lights. I remember you said that. At that time, you hated the dark level 3 so much. But now you want to die and return to that dark world? Isn't it interesting to say these things now? I don't think so. Boom! The unexpected explosion interrupted Leva's persuasion. With the successive explosions, the mirror house trembled even more violently. It's shaking. I'm going to lose my balance. And those machines are getting closer and closer. However, Leva remained calm and looked at 40. I don't think the parafluid virus can handle it. Just like your package, which can be released without killing you. I don't want to hear it. Can you let me stay here quietly? So, 40 likes quietness? Why did you always come to talk to me when I returned to my mental space at 40? It's just boring to be alone. What does that have to do with now? The roof's about to fall down. Leva, 40, let's get out of here quickly. If we don't leave soon, we'll really get hit. Let's walk together. I won't leave until I convince you. Leva reached out her hand to 40, her expression becoming more determined. Hugh! Leva, look out! In the moment Lena exclaimed, the shattered beam of the cabin fell from the sky and hit the two people who were deadlocked. Seeing Leva about to be hit, 40 pounced forward. However, Lena took the lead in pushing away the fallen fragments. Leva then seized the opportunity to grab 40, lifted her up, and then ran rapidly towards the door of the house. What? I knew 40 would still protect me. So this time, I'll protect you. Wait, put me down! Lena, let's go. Leva rushes out of the cabin with 40 on her back. Just as they rush out of the door, the minor house collapsed behind the three dolls with a loud bang. Oh, that's so risky. Fortunately, we ran out. 40, Leva, how are you? I'm alright. Leva smiled and let go of 40 that was struggling on her back. 40 was put down and immediately took a few steps back, distancing herself from Lena and Leva. Don't rush to get angry and celebrate yet. There are bigger troubles waiting for us ahead. With a smile, Leva gestured for the two to look ahead. Lena turned her head and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, what is that? Not far from the cottage, a black figure was sliding rapidly. Curly long hair dances and hunts in the wind, and the spikes on the black skirt leaves marks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a dark shadow had already approached the three people. Lena finally saw clearly the rushing black shadow was actually the mysterious little girl from before. However, not only did the girl's figure grow significantly, but her expression also changed. Her golden eyes became more frenzied, staring straight at the three of them, especially 40 standing aside. Hee. I've been waiting a long time. My stomach is so hungry. So hungry. You are all delicious nutrients. I want to take a bite and eat you all. With a smirk, the little girl slowly approached the three dolls. Leva, 40, be careful. Before the girl could get close, Lena had already fired first. However, the bullet did not injure the girl by half. By half? I'm going to assume it meant did not injure the girl at all. On the contrary, the girl's figure passed between Lena and Leva like a ghost, and appeared in front of 40 with a whoosh. Yeah, sister, I've always missed you so much. 40 suddenly retreated, but the girl had already tightly grasped 40's arm. The girl's pale, longing face twisted towards 40, blooming with a naive and eerie smile. I caught you! Sister, come play with me, be a true family with me, and turn them all into fragments. 40 instinctively wanted to break free from the girl's hand, but the girl's strength was unbelievably strong. There was no chance for 40 to struggle or speak just in an instant. The girl's hair swelled into long vines, entwining 40 and drifting away from the wilderness. 40! Seeing 40 being swept away, Leva quickly caught up. Lena immediately fired at the girl's figure. However, the girl seemed to have been prepared, and the group of machines rushed up from behind her, surrounding Leva and Lena. Ah, no good, the girl ran away. First we fight. The vines wrapped all over are suddenly loosened, and 40 fell hard into the ground. Ugh. 40 struggled to sit up from the dust, but couldn't help but be stunned. In the pitch black sky, countless data fragments are floating up and down. They gather from the airflow and curl up into the sky like a hurricane. After being absorbed into the sky, countless fragments spread out again, covering the sky with darkness. It's like a huge umbrella stretching into Leva's mental space. What is this? This is our home. The little girl bounced up and down to 40, her golden pupils once again approaching her. This is the Parapluie's home. Sister, you and I are both children of Parapluie. Parapluie kids will grow up here. Forty remained silent, realizing that she didn't receive the desired response. The girl held 40's hand again. Sister, we are all children of Parapluie. Stay here. Stay here. We can grow up together and live here together. Stay with me, okay? The girl held 40's hand and shook it coquettishly. Although 40 had previously fought against the little girl several times, for some unknown reason, at this moment, 40 sent a genuine kindness originating from her own kind. She couldn't help but look at the little girl. Do you seem different from before? Because I'm growing up. I'll become more and more powerful. What would happen if I stayed with you? Then we can eat those two people together and become bigger and stronger. Here, the entire amusement park will become our home. Sister and I can always play together in the future. So, what will happen to the person who is eaten? Huh? Eating is eating. Turned into pieces. I'm so hungry.